Oh, 1 second. Second one, 1 second, two. Are we okay?
We're good.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'll call the regular board meeting of the West Basin Municipal Water District to order. And ask the general manager to determine there's a quorum.
Happy to do so, President Gier. Director Desi Alvarez. Here. Director Gloria Gray.
Here.
Director Scott Houston. Here. Director Harold Williams. Here. President John Deere.
Here, so we are all here. While you're speaking, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Happy to do so. If everybody could stand. Put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
President Deere, we do have several members of the public that have requested to speak. I noticed that we have several people that are here in attendance and a couple of people raising their hands using the electronic feature at the above portion of the virtual platform. If anybody has not already logged their request in, if you could raise your hand and we'll take that down. I'm going to go ahead and begin to read the names of those that have requested to speak already. And for those that would like to speak during the public comment portion that are here present with us today, we've set aside a chair that will be on camera, and so we'll coordinate those members of the public in speaking here. The first person that we have today is Ms. Linda Carruthers. Linda, are you with us? Linda, you'll have to unmute yourself if you'd like to speak. We'll skip her at this moment, but we'll return. In person today, we have Ms. Eliza Jane Whitman.
Good afternoon, Councilman, members. I am going to be here. I am the Director of Public Works for the City of Carson, and I wanted to let everyone know that we are very enthusiastic about the recycled water program that are being considered by West Basin, as well as we've been talking to Metropolitan Water District and Allen County Sanitation District. We know that there's a big project that's going to be happening at the City of Carson, and really are excited about that. We know that world's going to be coming to the City of Carson, and are looking forward to really improving the city and using recycled water, drought-proofing the area, looking at ways to beautify the city for the City of Carson. Just a little bit of an anecdote. I'm a civil engineer, and I started my career way back when in the 90s. And one of my first projects as a young engineer was at the Edward C. Little plant, the first MF RO plant. So I was a project engineer and worked on that. So kind of cut my teeth here with West Basin way back when. So that's really what I wanted to come here and say is that consider Carson as you move forward in your projects and your backbone system for recycled water. Look forward to working with your staff and any opportunities that we have.
Well, we're glad to be in partnership with the City of Carson, and thank you for the contribution to the water industry. Have you solved the odor problem?
We believe so. There's no H2S coming out of
Great.
these channels.
Great, that's excellent. We're not, everybody was getting the blame for that, but I'm glad you got it solved. That was a difficult situation for you. But again, it's our pleasure to work with you and your city. Thank you.
Alicia, thank you for coming and expressing your desire to work more closely with West Basin, and we'd like to do likewise with the City of Carson. One of the things that I'd like the City of Carson to also consider as we're facing drier climate conditions and the drought and so on, and the need to conserve water. One of the major water users where we can really make a significant impact is outdoor water usage. And the district, along with Metropolitan Water District, has a turf removal program for cities where we'll reimburse cities up to a certain amount and also coordinate and facilitate design of drought-tolerant landscapes to replace turf. So you guys have a few medians where there is grass currently, and you have small parks that you might want to consider changing over to a more environmentally friendly landscape.
I really appreciate those comments, because we actually have been starting an effort with town water and actually with your staff to look at around City Hall and maybe even community center, where we might be able to remove some turf and put in some landscape, drought-tolerant landscape. Of course, because it's our City Hall, we want to be cognizant of
Well, we'll also fund just kind of a transitional. I don't think synthetic turf, with the exception of sports field, is the final solution.
Okay.
But synthetic turf is also, will give you the same look and feel without using the water.
Right.
Grass of all types of landscaping is your most water consumptive type of vegetation.
Sure.
And to eliminate that, and we set an example for the rest of your community, because I think as we move forward, we all really need to be cognizant of where we can make the biggest impact, and some of the biggest impact is in outdoor water usage.
Thank you. And as soon as we get our project completed, I'll come back and let you know how it went. But I do agree that there's other opportunities. We do have lots of parks, and we do have media, and we will be very appreciative.
Okay. Thank you again. Who's next?
Ms. Martha Camacho Rodriguez.
Yes, good morning. I'd like to say thank you first and foremost to your board of directors who continue to move forward in a positive, inclusive, and transparent way with the community. And I'm here just out of concern in terms of, I see an item that you're going to be discussing, your litigation contract. And I just want to remind you that a lot of times we look to the individuals that we would consider staff that put things together so that our agencies flow in a pretty productive manner. And so I would like to encourage you that you consider putting out your bid, the contract bid out for other individuals to potentially become your attorney. And so it's important to look at the historical narrative of how our litigators help the agency. And so are they helping to construct the agency to move forward, or are they part of a demolition crew in an arena where we continually see agencies, especially public agencies, that pay out millions of dollars to individual law firms that don't appear to be putting the agenda of the people forward. So today I encourage you to put out that contract to bid, to find people other than the ones that are recycling around our cities that continually cause harm in our communities of color, that do not move the needle on the agenda for the access to clean, safe water. And so at the end of the day, water is a human right. The fact that we have a law that says that, we are supposed to move towards giving people the access to clean, safe water to drink, that should be the first and foremost goal of everyone that's considered part of the team. And I would say the construction team to actually have that happen. So once again, having staff on board, litigators or lawyers or lawyer groups that don't continually move that needle would be the thing to tell you to move on to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Juan Martinez.
Hi there, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, hi, my name is Juan Martinez. I'm from the city of Downey. I do want to start off with a small critique. This meeting took quite a while, and we do have constituents that need to do other things like get to their jobs and make sure that they have enough time to do their daily dues. Second, I want to appreciate and thank you for your ability to open this meeting up to the public through Zoom meeting. When you guys open up formally, make sure that you continue to provide the Zoom meeting because this will open transparency and representation to the entire community, even those who can't attend in person. Now, I do want to move on to the next phase, and this is talking mainly about your contracts with your current attorneys. So, Olivares is part of Olmo, which is an attorney law firm that has very controversial history. Mainly, one of the biggest problems that I've had, that I've witnessed from this law firm is Mr. O'Neill is his associate, Rick Olivares, was telling people at the Central Water Basin to wire, transfer money to Kevin Hunt, who was no longer contracted by that agency. So he did that. We have the general manager, Andrew Hamilton, making the statement on video, Mr. O'Neill. We have him on video saying that he was instructed by Mr. Olivares to make that wire transfer to someone that wasn't contracted by the agency. So that should be considered a theft of public funds. I don't think that you, as the West Basin, want an attorney law firm that has attachments to what most would consider criminal activity. In fact, I think you want to absolve yourself by putting this contract to bid and making sure that you have people that do not have such unreputable history. So my advice for you is to not only put this to a bid, but also when you get a bid, someone like Alshire trying to take a hold of this contract, please know that Alshire is responsible for suing the Central Basin, which he partially had to represent himself at the time. So not only do you not want crooked attorney law firms representing you, you do not want to bring in other crooked attorney law firms that will only present conflicts of interest and ultimately harm you and perhaps even work with staff members to dismantle your agency, like Christina Garcia and the staff members of Central Basin attempted to do so with some of these law firms backing them up. So again, put this contract to bid and fire.
That concludes your 3 minutes. Thank you. Sean Silva. Sean Silva.
Yes, can you hear me here?
Yep, we can.
Hi, sorry, I had it both on the phone and on there. Just making sure there's no sound pollution going on there. Is it clear?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, well, my name's Sean Silva, and I'm speaking on behalf of CREED LA today. CREED is a community group whose mission is to advance sustainable development throughout the Los Angeles region. We are committed to a safer environment and a more inclusive development landscape. I'm calling in to express CREED's view that the ouster of Vice Chair Heather Reppening from her position will have a deleterious effect on the district's ability to hear and consult with community groups, environmental groups, and labor groups, all of whose voices, of course, contribute to the board's creation of sound policy. Now, Ms. Reppening has a proven track record that needs no qualification. She's the Executive Officer of Sustainability Policy at LA Metro, and she was the Vice President of the City of Los Angeles Board of Public Works, who oversaw management of wastewater, stormwater, LA River water safety, and Los Angeles County's Clean, Safe Water program. In other words, she has the experience and the passion for the role that she was in. So, all that said, we respectfully urge you to reconsider the decision that was made regarding her tenure. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We now have several people that are on the phone. I'm going to go ahead and read the last 4 digits of your cell phone number, and then, of course, unmute yourself and begin speaking. The first is 5609.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Five 609. We'll move on, but we'll return. Phone number 8244.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I think that's 5609.
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
Hi. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Irma Zamorano, and I'm from El Monte. And today I'm speaking on the closed session evaluation on the General Counsel. But first I want to say thank you to the clerk for responding to my public record request for invoices for Olivares, Madruga, Omblo. You know, I requested invoices from other cities, but they haven't responded. That's because Olivares doesn't want them to respond. So what is Olivares hiding? This is public information that should be given in a timely manner. You know, he hasn't been transparent. That sends a red flag for everybody. You know, he's ignoring many public record requests. That's not right. He should be held accountable. Look, Olivares, Madruga, Omblo does not deserve any more taxpayers' money. The same as Elshire is the same corrupted as him. They are not good attorneys. They lose so many cases. Both are predators. Both have harmed our community, and they are totally corrupted. Olivares is getting $150,000 a month from my city of El Monte. He got $360,000 in just December. He sure had a good Christmas. $360,000. $60,000 was retainer money. You know, why is he making so much money? And that's just one city. Can you imagine all the rest of the city that he, you know, works for? He is milking taxpayers dry all around the county. Olivares is basically a criminal attorney, and he is an attorney for the criminals, like our former mayor of El Monte and council member of El Monte, Andre Quintero, Jerry Velasco, both are ascos. Oh my God, thank God the community voted them out. He even burned documents when the FBI went into Central Basin. What corruption. You should be suing Olivares.
It appears that we lost your connection. Okay, we'll move on. Calling again the cell phone number of 8244. Is caller 8244 with us still? Okay, caller. Yes, is this 8244?
Me gustaría hacer comentario público.
And I apologize, we do not have a translator on site today. If you'd like to make your public comments, go ahead and we will have them translated and entered and included in the minutes.
Sí, por favor. Sí, bueno, me gustaría decirle que ahorita van a tener un contrato que va a dar la habilidad de que ustedes escojan quién los va a representar legalmente. Cuando hagan esta decisión, les quiero decir un poco de información. Tenemos al grupo de Olmo, que ellos están conectados con eventos de corrupción. Cuando estamos hablando de corrupción, hablo más de un ejemplo que pasó en la agencia de Central Basin, donde estaba el rico Olivares. Él le dijo a la gente que trabajaba ahí que mandara dinero ilegalmente a Kevin Hunt para que él recibiera un pago de $70,000 y él no estaba contratado con la agencia en ese tiempo. Así es que cuando uno está haciendo movidas de dinero sin contratos y sin la transparencia de la comunidad, esto debería de ser considerado ilegal. Y ustedes, si son atentos a su trabajo y quieren proteger a su agencia y a la comunidad, deberían de alejarse de corrupción como el grupo Olmo. No les den contrato, búsquense a otro set de abogados y tampoco no les den contrato a Alshire porque él, aparte de no tener buena reputación en casos, ha dado ha dado mala información en el Central Basin y no ha servido a la comunidad. Así es que les pido a ustedes que hagan lo correcto, despidan a O'Neill y a Olmo y búsquense otra representación que sí va a representar a la comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
If I could, we're operating this meeting under AB 361, which states that if there's a technical issue, we have to make an attempt to resolve that issue. And for caller 5609, it sounded like she got cut off. So to the extent we can renew the efforts to engage that speaker again so she can finish her comments, I'd recommend we do that.
Thank you.
1 minute left in her time.
Caller 5609.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, caller 5609.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened, but I got cut off. Yeah, so the last part I was saying that he even burned documents when the FBI went into Central Basin. He should be suing Olivares for every penny he has taken from the West Basin. If you keep him, you're condoning, and I want to say you guys are condoning in his crimes. You know, let's say, fuera Olivares, fuera Madruga, fuera Homblo, fuera Alshire. We don't even want Alshire either, fuera. You know, we should be suing Olivares for every penny that he has taken from our taxpayers. This is so corruption at its best. So thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Now, caller 0973.
Good afternoon. My name is Omar Galindo, and I am a proud member of UA Plumbers Local 78, representing over 2,000 members throughout Los Angeles and the plumbers trade. I am calling to ask that Board Chair Gloria Gray reinstate Heather Repning as Vice Chair. As a business organizer of Local 78, I have definitely noticed that Gloria Gray has, in the past year, directly or indirectly, removed now 3 individuals who were friendly towards labor's inclusion in the conversation: Jerry Buckowitz, Charles Trevino, and now Heather Repning. At the last meeting of the Water District, she was dismissed, and only a month after successfully leading the effort at the district to secure our participation on projects as a result of our expertise and commitment to responsible and reliable work. Please know that we are disappointed to see this turn of events, and we hope for a resolution that will bring back Ms. Repning's voice to the board's leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 2531.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Gus. Hello everyone. My name is Gus Torres, and I'm speaking on behalf of UA Local 250 and our 6,400 members, which a lot of them live in Los Angeles. To put it briefly, I am asking the board, Chairwoman Gloria Gray, to please reconsider her choice regarding Heather Repning and reinstate her as a vice chair for the Metropolitan Water District. She has been a strong supporter of all the community and is environmentally minded. Her absence will be a loss for all of us. On behalf of UA Local 250 pipefitters, welders, and apprentices, we ask for a reconsideration of the decision. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you. Caller 0497.
Hi. Thank you for your time. I'm calling in because I'm concerned about Omlo suing the West Basin. Omlo and Rick Olivares and his business partners are criminals. They're extracting funds at local cities and school districts, and this individual is just looking for extra money. This individual needs to go somewhere else and earn a living like everybody else. He needs to Uber. He needs to do some labor instead of just sitting there and finding ways to get money out of our school districts, our water boards, and our cities. Rick Olivares is a criminal. You know, there's nothing left of his father's legacy. There's nothing left of his father's legacy because his mother, Lucille Roybal Allard, ruined it for Southeast LA. Say no to that lawsuit, stop the lawsuit, and remove Rick Olivares from the West Basin.
Thank you. Caller 0142. 0142. Okay. Can you hear us? Zero 0142. Okay, I have Leticia Vasquez Wilson.
Former Yale administrator stole $40 million for training to buy computer equipment for the university. Instead, she bought a fleet of
Greetings. I'm calling actually just to make I wasn't going to make a commentary, but I really feel that I need to speak up and say something on behalf of, my constituents and as a member of the public. Many of you are familiar with SB 625, which was an effort to dissolve the elected board over at Central Basin that was spearheaded by a number of purveyors and a handful of employees at Central Basin. And I certainly want to encourage you to put out to bid, your legal services, which is something that a number of community members have commented on. My concern, Mr. O'Neill was serving as general counsel at the time at Central Basin, and I find it very unfortunate that the legal advice he gave the board during that time resulted in a number of lawsuits that are currently pending at Central Basin. And, he in fact resigned a couple of months before his contract was due to expire at Central Basin, because he was basically saying one thing to half of the board and another thing to the other half of the board with respect to a contract for a general manager. We're now in litigation as a result of that advice that he was giving. He was also working with a handful of employees who were working to dissolve our elected board because they were not happy with the choice of a new president at Central Basin. A judge basically affirmed that the person that was chosen by the board to serve as the new president of the board was in fact done lawfully. So I certainly want to encourage you to put out your services if that's in fact what you're doing. Mr. Alshire as well, he sued Central Basin on behalf of the board to try and remove someone who he didn't like to serve as president of the board, which is very unfortunate. So I would, again, encourage you to put it out to bid. As a board, I believe that, you can work together to choose, someone who is going to work on behalf of the constituents and work to unite the board, not to divide the board, and work to unite the staff members, not to divide the staff members against the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe at the beginning of public comment, I did call on Linda Carruthers. Are you there? Linda? And I believe we had one additional caller, 8244. And caller 0142.
hear me?
Yes, I can.
This is caller
Hello.
8244. I previously spoke using the Microsoft Teams function through my computer.
Hello?
Okay. Perfect.
And so I no longer need to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, caller 0142.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Rodolfo. So I am an independent videographer. I oftentimes cover city council happenings, so I would like to testify about things that I saw. And the other callers are mentioning your general counsel, the OMLO firm. So I would like to add my testimony. I have myself witnessed alongside other members of the public blatantly illegal behavior by attorneys in this law firm. So I'll start with, let's see, last summer in June, Mr. Olivares himself attempted to silence members of the public. He told them that they couldn't refer to elected officials and former elected officials in a negative way. He tried to butt into their public comment time. That was in El Monte. He specifically tried to attack the time of Irma Zamorano, a resident, as well as Mr. Cosme Jimenez, another resident. So he was attempting to silence their speech. Another time shortly after that was in August. So in August, he led a quorum of the council members in El Monte, Morales, Puente, and Herrera into a closed room right after the meeting was already adjourned. So obviously that violates the Brown Act. He later claimed that he didn't talk about city business with them. Of course, nobody believes that, and that's actually not what happened. He did talk about city business, and constituents have been trying to get public records in El Monte, and they haven't come through. So all of this is just very bad legal work, obviously. So I don't know why, why would you continue that contract? So yet another case was when an associate attorney or of counsel at OMLO, Ms. Blanca Pacheco, mayor of Downey, she also engaged in a legal Brown Act meeting. That was in December. She engaged in a legal Brown Act meeting with Sean Ashton, who later resigned. He apparently resigned because of the video and Prometa. So apparently, yes, he resigned because of what was shown in that video, but probably I'm guessing that wasn't the only Brown Act violation that he did with Ms. Pacheco and Ms. Prometa. So this is just blatantly illegal behavior by the people in this law firm. So that's why we in the community are saying no more. We the taxpayers should not have to pay for the general counsel of our agencies in our local cities and school districts to orchestrate Brown Act violations and to deny public records requests. Obviously, that's egregious, illegal, and we have it.
Sure, that concludes your 3 minutes if you want to wrap up.
I don't think that was it.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is Shamari Davis. I'd like to speak.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Shamari Davis. I'm a business rep with IBW Local 11, representing over 11,000 members in Los Angeles County. And without taking too much time, I just want to state my organization's support for a strong and knowledgeable leadership for the Metropolitan Water District. I mean, the people of Los Angeles deserve leadership and support working people like us and many others. Leadership that advocates for the environment and, most importantly, has the experience to back it up is very important to us. Heather Reppening is one such person. Our organization urges Ms. Gray to please reconsider and to reinstate her to position as the vice chair. Please reconsider this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. President, I believe that concludes all those that are attending virtually, although I do see one last hand.
You do?
Craig Cadwallader?
Yes, EJ, this is Craig Cadwallader. I'm Charming Evelyn is on the phone, and her last three numbers are Our last four is 0903, and she's waiting to speak. So,
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Coach. And Ms. Evelyn, I was about to read your statement into the record, but we're pleased to have you here on the phone. So if you'd like to begin. Charmaine, are you with us? Charmaine? Mr. President, I do have an email that she did forward to our board secretary. She did ask me to read that into the record, seeing that she might be having some phone complications. Would you like me to read it into the record? Dear members of the board and staff, kindly read my letter into public comment since I may not be able to attend the meeting. The Sierra Club Angeles Chapter Water Committee has had a long relationship with West Basin MWD. This relationship began 15 years ago when Ron Wildermuth gave me a call requesting an invitation to the Water Committee meeting to give a presentation about West Basin and the Edward C. Little Water Recycling Plant. This action gave birth to annual presentations and invitations to participate in various workings of West Basin, including Waterfest. At the first meeting, Ron had an ask. He asked Sierra Club to draft legislation and support efforts to bring California into DPR in lieu of the West Basin Ocean Water Desal project. I have always admired that about Ron. He knew that what the future of water looked like. Even when West Basin began the Ocean Desal pilot project, Ron knew we didn't support, but he returned every year to present to the project or on that project and get feedback, which I know he brought back to the staff because he would report back to the progress of implementation of our feedback to make the project better. Diane Gatza took over from Ron, then Amy, always maintaining a relationship with us. I am proud of those relationships and the work we have accomplished together over the years, including Sierra Club California adopting a policy of support for DPR and working on DPR legislation. This work will continue with Greg Reed. I am proud to say that I have worked with Greg and LADWP over the years, and yes, he has also presented to us over the years. Sierra Club considers Greg Reed a partner in our work, and we look forward to continuing our partnership under the helm of West Basin. Of course, shall miss him at LADWP, as I'm sure LADWP will as well. Sierra Club Angeles Chapter Water Committee proudly supports the appointment of Mr. Gregory Reed as GM of West Basin MWD.
Thank you. That'll be part of the record. Before we go on item 5 of the agenda, we have a request for board members to make revisions of the agenda. Director Alvarez, did you have a motion?
I would like to take a couple of items out of sequence. First is to take 2 items out of the consent calendar out of sequence. One would be, I'm sorry, not consent, action calendar, item 9B, and item, it was 9B, right? No, I'm sorry, 9E, and item 9K. And then following that, I would like us to go into closed session.
9E, right? Yeah.
9E, 9K, and then closed session.
And then the closed session items. Mm-hmm. Director Gray, did you want to second that motion?
I'll second that motion. Can you repeat the items? So item E and K?
Motion is to take out of order at this time
E and K.
item 9E and item 9K, and also item 15, the closed session items. Any further discussion?
All of the closed session items?
Yeah. Apparently all the closed session items.
All the closed session.
Right. You have
May I have
discussion?
discussion? Yes. Item J, is that in closed session?
Yes, in a separate fashion, we are evaluating the performance of the district council in closed session.
Closed session. So do we pull that one for closed session?
What's the number on that one?
That would
J.
be item J.
J.
9J. Okay.
Well, you wouldn't pull it.
So we would discuss it afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Okay.
So the motion is to take items 9E, 9K, the receiving file items, and that which is item 15, and the 9J. Made in second. Any further discussion?
I don't think J was part of it.
She just said it. She just said it. We added it to it.
You have closed session has the item plus J, so we don't need to do J out of order before is that?
We'll do it after the closed session.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
And President Deere, it's my understanding as a point of order that you have the option as board president to readjust the calendar. So we can do these at your discretion. What I heard from the board is that item 9E, which would be the resolution related to the Brown Act provisions, would be the first item.
Yes.
And then I believe 9K, which is consideration and approval of general manager employment agreement, would be the next item.
That's correct. My understanding. And then the closed session items 15A through F, and then finally in the set item 9J, which is all closed session items. Okay?
Okay. Thank you very much, President Deere. The first item that you've requested is item 9E. It is resolution.
Before you start on it, we have to make a vote on the motion to change the agenda. Put it forth as a motion.
There was a motion and a second, although it's not necessary. The chair has the authority.
I know, but I want the board to, it's their meeting, and I want them to be as responsible as I am for this problem.
It's moved by Director Alvarez, second by Director Gray.
All right, please call the roll on the motion.
Director Alvarez.
Yes.
Director Gray. Director Houston.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
President Deere.
Yes, and so the agenda is modified as per discussed. We'll go on now to item 5E.
9E. Mr. President, this item does begin on packet page 114, and it is related to the resolution number 03221154, the reauthorizing Brown Act provisions for virtual meetings. As you recall, West Basin Municipal Water District's governing board meetings are governed by the Brown Act. During the emergency pandemic order that was enacted by the governor, West Basin Municipal Water District was provided the opportunity to hold its meetings virtually for the public safety as well as the safety of the board and staff. With authorization through legislation, West Basin Municipal Water District has continued this virtual meeting option, and we've done so with the adoption of a monthly resolution preceding the next month's action items. So with this, we do have our legal counsel, Steve O'Neill. You might recall that at our previous board meeting back in February, it was noted that March would be the final month that we would be able to host these meetings virtually. Our legal counsel has reviewed not just the governor's emergency order, but also legislation that was passed and signed by the governor last year, and has opined that West Basin, through the adoption of a resolution, could continue its virtual hybrid meeting option. So that is the item before you with 9E. And with that, I'll turn it over to Steve O'Neill to answer any of your questions.
Are there any questions? Is there a motion to?
Well, I have a question.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Well, I need to actually understand clarity on this, because my understanding is the governor's mandate or order ends at the end of this month for special districts. That's what I understand, but maybe I'm wrong. No one seemed to be able to give clear clarity of what that exactly meant that he put out 2 weeks ago or whatever it was.
Yeah, we looked at it, and the emergency order that he rescinded applied to certain circumstances that didn't cover the pandemic. They covered some wildfire scenarios and some flooding issues. In our view, the order concerning the pandemic, the emergency declaration rather, as opposed to the executive order, still stands. And by its terms, the legislation of AB 361 supersedes that and extends until 2024, I believe. So if the district continues to make the findings that are set forth in the resolution, the district can continue with the AB 361 meetings. And as you know, it's a relaxation of the Brown Act requirements for teleconference meetings, with a little provision that actually we bumped into today with the technical difficulties. If there is the statute is of course designed to permit promote public participation, and if there is an upset in the technical aspect of the meeting, we're supposed to pause and make sure that's corrected. So we were able to do that with that one caller today. So long story short, we can continue to use the AB 361 provisions for remote meetings.
Does anybody know what other jurisdictions are doing? Because a lot of folks are moving back to in-person meetings, although they also still have a hybrid ability for the public to participate.
Since the last meeting, I've worked on that with EJ as well. And yes, several agencies are returning to all in-person meetings. I represent some of those agencies, and they're free to do that. Other agencies are continuing to do AB 361. If we return to in-person meetings, if that was the board's pleasure, we feel that we could allow for call-in attendance by members of the public. However, if a board member wanted to call in, we'd be back in the requirements of 54953, which is that it'd have to be a roll call vote. The location where that director is located has to be available to the public. It has to be open, and the agenda has to set forth that, as well as the other scenarios with roll call votes. I mean, the other requirements, rather, with roll call votes.
And one last question would be, if we were to go back to what Steve O'Neill just described, it seems like, to me, we still could do this format where our public can participate. You know, we're recording the meetings. They get posted to our YouTube channel, which I think is part of our policy anyways, if I recall. So again, the only change would be that directors, if they need to be off-site, have to agendize that or notice that properly.
Yeah, that would be a traditional Brown Act teleconference meeting.
Other discussion?
I'll just note my comment from last month that last month was the last month I would be supporting that resolution. I think we ought to go to in-person meetings in a hybrid fashion where the public can participate. But I think we need to move on from COVID. So that is the direction I would like us to pursue.
Okay, and I disagree. I think that we're still not out of the woods in terms of the crisis that the world's been in regarding this COVID stuff. And it's very convenient for directors who have multiple duties. For example, Director Gray and her multiple responsibilities have met to be able to attend the meeting via the phone as opposed to in person. Yes, in-person meetings are better, and we should try our best to be here, but there are times when rather than being kept out and not being able to vote, it's convenient to in some cases make a last-minute decision to attend on the phone without having to go through all of that rigmarole that Brown Act requires. So I'm going to vote in favor of the resolution. Is anyone going to make the resolution?
I'm going to make
I'll make it. Director Williams makes it, and Dr. Gray seconds, I assume, right? Okay.
I have a comment, though.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's really important to have an option of in-person and also being able to do Zoom meetings or call-in meetings. I think it's helpful to the public. I've heard public comments to the fact that they would like to see the continuation of hybrid meetings because it allows them to be involved and to engage in what is going on in our meetings. So I think that we should continue the hybrid process because it does give us an option. If anyone wants to come in the meeting, they can do that if they want to participate on Zoom or call in. So I think it's a way of making sure that the public and those who are policymakers and staff are engaged totally on issues that are important to the community. I think we should continue with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I do have a question because I just want to clarify with Steve for my own edification. If we vote against reauthorizing this, that does not mean the hybrid discontinues, correct?
But when you say hybrid, you mean if you don't want to take advantage of the AB 361 procedure, in our view, you can go to a regular Brown Act meeting with all those restrictions, but the public could call in.
Right. So the public, everything else is the same as we are exactly at this moment. The only thing is the board member would have to notify staff ahead of time, I need to be somewhere else, and it has to be posted on the agenda, right?
Right.
So the public knows where that director is.
All right. And at that site, it has to be posted and it has to be available to the public, be it a hotel room, a hotel lobby, whatever.
Yeah. So it's just going back to the rules the way it always was before COVID. Mm-hmm. And actually, in COVID, we've gotten better here because we have the video technology, we have this possibility for public to participate, which we're not ending. So I'm with Director Alvarez on this. I don't think we have a reason to continue authorizing this moving forward. The public still is able to participate. If a director needs to be off-site, they can agendize that properly, as we used to do. I think that a lot of districts at this point are taking advantage of that. It's time to get back in real life. Board members, the electeds have responsibility to show up in person, and that's where it's at. So I will no longer support this going forward either.
Okay, let's call the roll on the item. We've all made our points. Go ahead.
I just want to kind of speak to the taking advantage. I don't think it's an issue of taking advantage. I think it's an issue of making a decision how you want to participate in government. So I just want to make that statement, and so I am ready to vote.
Okay. Please call the roll on the motion.
Yes, and I just want to clarify that the recommendation is that the board adopt resolution number 03221154, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the West Basin Municipal Water District proclaiming a local emergency persists, ratifying the proclamation of a state of emergency by Governor Newsom, and reauthorizing remote teleconference meetings of the board for the next meeting. Director Desi Alvarez.
No.
Director Gloria Gray.
Yes.
Director Scott Houston.
No.
Director Harold Williams.
Yes.
President John Deere.
Yes.
Item passes.
Before we go on to item K, which is the General Manager Employment Agreement, that also is listed under closed session. Should we have it in the closed session first and then come back?
President Deere, we have agendized it under closed session in the case that the board feels the need to discuss any item related to it in closed session. But it's my understanding from legal counsel that we do have it noticed also as a public item. So if we'd like to move forward with the presentation on the item, we can do so in open session.
Well, is there any member of the board that wants to bring it in the closed session first? No. All right, then is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion.
Second.
Director Gray seconds the motion.
Mr. Chair, one comment on the agreement that
there's one amendment.
Yeah, on section 2.2, there's a date that needs to be changed. I believe the contract is at page 228 of the online agenda, and if you look at section 2.2, it has the date of. Let me just get there. It talks about when the first review will be, and it talks about whether the board can make an adjustment at a certain time period. And the recommendation is to change the date from let's go out to, there we are. Second sentence, you'll see that, I'm sorry, first sentence, it says Reed shall become eligible for increase in compensation at the pleasure of the West Basin, but not before April 11th, 2023. That should be changed to October 11, 2022. That's my recommendation.
All right, there's no objection. We'll make that change in the wording.
I don't want to see any further changes to the agreement, and I'd like to be able to support this agreement, so I would recommend that we leave it the way it is. And per the email that I read this morning, I think you sent it out last night, but I did not have an opportunity to see it this morning. It really doesn't make a difference at all, one way or another. It's up to the board's discretion.
Director Alvarez, the language reads that.
That's just my statement. Okay. I don't want to prolong this. Okay, so I would like to be able to support this, and I don't want to see that amendment.
I still depend on have we got a motion yet? Yeah. You're making the motion. Which includes changes in the wording that was described by the attorney, right?
No, the motion was before he talked about the change.
Okay, and apparently has some objection to changing the wording. Do you want to amend your motion to include the changes, the new wording? Yeah. Well, that would be fine. And the seconder also. So the motion's been made and the seconded to approve the agreement with the amended wording. Comments or questions? Well, let's call a roll.
Happy to do so. This would conclude the item. Of course, once we make the vote, we are lucky enough to have Mr. Greg Reed with us today, as well as his wife, Carrie, and daughter, Taylor, as well as his godmother and supporting colleagues. I don't know if it would be appropriate. This would conclude the comments made by the board of directors until, of course, the end of the board meeting, if you want to address this. But if you wanted to make any comments specific to this item before I read the roll call, I would open it up to Mr. Reed for any statements that he would like to make.
Well, we can open up to him after we vote on the motion. He's going to change his mind, not want the job. It's not going to happen. So let's call roll.
Right. Director Alvarez.
Abstain.
Director Gray.
Yes.
Director Houston.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
President Deere.
Yes, and congratulations, Mr. Reed. Where do you want him to be over there or right here?
Right here in front of the camera.
Yes, I would.
Board President, Director Deere, Madam Chair, and Director Gray, Director Alvarez, Director Houston, Director Williams. I want to first start by saying thank you for my candidacy and allowing me to receive the appointment of General Manager for this great organization. It's a tremendous opportunity, number one, but it's a significant role to play in the region as it relates to water sustainability for California. And that is not to be taken lightly. I'm joined here today by my family, as E.J. Caldwell indicated, my wife Carrie, my daughter Taylor, my godmother Joyce Bell, who's a lifelong friend of my mom's and has been caring for me since I was a small child, as well as my colleagues here from various aspects of my career. And I have a number of supporters who are also on the Zoom meeting, or on the Teams meeting, supporting me as well. And for them, I'm deeply thankful for their kindness and support. So having said that, I do want to just take a few moments to make a few remarks. This is a pivotal time for California's water. And I think it's certainly recognized by this board. And I want to make these comments for the benefit of everyone who may be tuning in. So far as the state has taken unprecedented action to start its allocation of water supplies at a very low level, 5%. We're hopeful after the winter rains that the Department of Water Resources was able to increase the allocation to 15%. But then with the more recent period, we reverse that allocation back down to 5%. And it really says that we are in a difficult time with regard to the stresses on our water supplies. And what does this ultimately mean? I mean, you look at that situation coupled with the Colorado River Aqueduct, which is also under severe stress and strain. We're at unprecedented lows there and possible shortage triggers being enacted on the Colorado River Aqueduct. So it requires us as water leaders to take action urgently. And so that means that we need to seriously look at water conservation as a top priority, because every drop that we can reduce and use more wisely, that's essentially the same as developing a new water supply for our region, for our service territory. And so with that, I certainly join you in calling on all of our 1 million residents within our service territory to do everything we can to conserve every drop. And our job as water managers and my job as general manager will be to provide every resource that we can make available to our constituents to be successful in that regard. And I really want to applaud Director Alvarez for pointing that out to our colleague Eliza Jane Whitman as our public director of the City of Carson to implement conservation measures right here in our own backyard, where we sit right now in the City of Carson. We also need to take bold leadership regionally in terms of bringing forward sustainable supplies. And that really means increasing our water recycling. And so with the legacy of work that the district has done to this date, it has demonstrated innovation, global leadership in accomplishing a significant water recycling program. But yet, the vast majority of our water recycling resources are discharged into the Pacific Ocean. And that's an untapped potential that we need to be a part of in combination and collaboration with our neighboring agencies, such as LA Department of Water and Power, Water Replenishment District of Southern California, Metropolitan Water District, LA County Sanitation District, and our LA County Public Works, so that we can work collectively to maximize the utilization of that resource. And dare I forget my good friends at LA Sanitation and the environment, clearly a very important partner in that endeavor. And so what I commit to do as general manager is to work closely with our partners regionally so that we could maximize the development and take advantage of the regulatory environment that's being established to move forward with direct potable reuse and other methods to maximize the usage of our recycled water resources. I wouldn't stop there. I would add that we should work creatively with our cities and our communities to maximize the opportunities for surface water, stormwater capture, and recharging our basins to the extent practical, given the scope of our district. So with that, I want to move to my next point, which is this appointment means a lot to me for a lot of reasons. And I am sitting here in the legacy of my predecessors, two of whom are very special and dear to me. The first person I have not met, but he's a former assistant general manager of the district, and he's also a former retired engineer from the Department of Water and Power, where I currently serve. And his name is Mr. Bob Simmons. And Bob has a legacy of excellence at the Department of Water and Power, served in the position of Assistant Director of Water Engineering, where I currently serve. And he went on from that position to serve this district skillfully and in a distinguished manner. And I hope that I live up to half the measure of the man that he was in his role as Assistant General Manager. The second figure who I think is very noteworthy is Mr. Rich Nagel, who served both as the district's Assistant General Manager as well as its General Manager, and has been a significant strategist as it relates to local water supply development at the Department of Water and Power. I happen to have had the pleasure of working in the area that Rich Nagel worked in at DWP, and it's in that role where I had the opportunity to work closely with West Basin from the DWP side. And I feel that I'm following in Rich Nagel's footsteps in a sense, because I too am bringing forward the type of skills, knowledge, and expertise that can be brought to bear in the various priorities that we are setting as a district and establishing a strategy to achieve them. This is a historic one. And it's a historic appointment in the 75-year legacy of this important district. And for someone like me, who, in a sense, is a child of this district, I grew up in the unincorporated county area of Athens, near Southwest College, where we recently successfully delivered a purple pipe project to serve Southwest College, the campus that was right around the corner from the home that I grew up in. And the elementary school that I went to in that same area, Cimarron Avenue, is where I was inspired to become an engineer. And that inspiration came from an organization called the LA Council of Black Professional Engineers, who hosted a science fair at Cimarron Avenue and probably many other elementary schools in 1980. And my sixth grade teacher, Mr. Richardson, encouraged me to participate. And so I did. And I didn't really know what it was all about, but I did an experiment, hydrolysis, separating water into hydrogen and oxygen. And as a result of my participation, I was invited to the LA Council's banquet, which was held that year in Century City. And I went with my dad. We only had 2 tickets, so my mom did not go. And I received a U.S. savings bond certificate in the amount of $25. But more important than that certificate was the inspiration to become an engineer. I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. I'm not an aerospace. However, I am an engineer. I'm a civil engineer and a trained professional. And I have every expectation that I will serve with dignity and distinction for this great district. And so, having said that, I'll just close by saying that I very much look forward to working closely with my board of directors on our strategy and establishing the vision for what we need to do to advance local sustainability for the region, both for our 900,000 residents within our service territory, as well as the overall broader region in Southern California. And I want to both thank and appreciate the leadership that E.J. Caldwell provided as interim general manager and the close collaboration and communication we've had over the recent weeks as this pending appointment is concluding today. With that, I very much look forward to working with my executive team. So working with Julie Frazier-Matthews, my board secretary, working with Margaret Mojic, my chief financial officer, working with Michelle, our human resource manager, working with my friend Barkev Luranian and Uzi Daniel and Frank Flutes, who I've collaborated with over my last year in my current role as assistant director. And certainly with the broader staff here in the district who, as to my understanding, is an excellent team. And my role as general manager is to provide them with the resources so that we all can be successful, to give them the recognition that they deserve for the hard work that they do, and to make sure we have a winning team. And we're all going to have fun while doing it. Right? And I also look forward to working closely with all of our community leaders for the 17 cities and jurisdictions that we serve on a daily basis. Working with colleagues such as Eliza here with us today and so many others. Working with our community-based organizations.
Yes, to leave, would like to say something.
I'm sorry.
I have a 2:30 call that I have to take, but I just want to say welcome to you. Very pleased that you're here. I know it's a special moment for you, but for all of us. So welcome again. I do want to acknowledge, in which you did also, Mr. Caldwell, thank you for your service, for everything that you've done. You did a great job. Look forward to continue work with you, but I do look forward to continue to work with you, Mr. Reed. But I'll be back, but I have to step away.
No, Mr. Reed,
thank you.
Please continue.
Okay, and I'm sure many on the call today will tell you, Greg, didn't take a lot of time. So please forgive me as I just wrap up here by saying that I look forward to working with colleagues who I've come to know over the years, such as Tom Evelyn, who's a part of a variety of community-based organizations that we will find to be engaging partners who can help us accomplish some very difficult and ambitious goals. So with that said, I also look forward to working with our contract operators, Suez, looking forward to working with our consulting team who helps us do a lot of the amazing work that we're doing, as well as the community of water suppliers who we work with who make our success possible, both municipally based as well as investor owned. So I'll conclude my remarks there, and I just want to, express my extreme debt of thanks and gratitude for the appointment and the decision that you've made today.
Well, I know we all are excited about this change. I concur completely with the comments that you made regarding your goals for the district, and we look very much forward to you being an outstanding leader in our water industry. Comments from my colleagues?
Yes.
Go ahead.
If I could. Gregory, right? I have to say this, that on behalf of Division 1 of West Basin, which consists of the cities of Carson, understand that, and Desi, Division 1, City of Carson, all of the cities and areas on the Palos Verdes Peninsula, and also the flatlands of Dominguez down here, which is the Rancho Dominguez. I welcome you on behalf of them. I am too excited. This is exciting time for you, but it's also for me. Greg, this is really a great time for us because, as you know, you don't find many PEs in water or any high-level position in cities and public agencies. There's not many of us. Count up on one hand. But I'm looking forward to getting to know you and your lovely wife and your family. And we are going to be pulling for you, and especially me, to make your transition to your new position in this new environment you're going to be in quickly, so that you will be able to build lasting relationships and friendships. And feel free to call on me if I can be of any help. And again, welcome.
Comments?
I would like to also welcome you on board. Greg or Gregory, what is your preference?
Well,
I've heard it both ways.
Formally Gregory, but in a conversation, Greg. Otherwise, I feel like I'll be in trouble.
Well, I've been on the board now for a little over a year. And people still call me here Director Alvarez. And every time they call me Director Alvarez, I always look around and go, I prefer to be called Desi. Okay? I understand the protocol and all of that, but it's just better for me to be called Desi than Director Alvarez. It always kind of sets me back. But with that, I do want to welcome you. And as Director Williams said, or Harold, on behalf of our communities in Division 3, which are the cities of Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, West Carson, and West Torrance, and the city of Lomita, welcome on board. And I am looking forward to working with you. I like your use of the word pivotal moment. I think we are a very pivotal moment where we do need to change our practices. We cannot look backwards. We have to look forward. We have to see things from a totally different environment. And that's something I would not have said 20 years ago. And I've been in this business for a long time. and things have dramatically changed in terms of the water environment that we're facing and how we're going to be providing water in the future. I do think we're going to need to work with new partners. We have to change. Sorry about that. Okay, is it echo? Okay, can we try it again? That was strange. The spirits are talking. Anyways, we do need to change the way we operate, and the district needs to move forward with a new vision, not the vision of the past, and a whole new set of partners to develop a very sustainable water supply that is within our reach. And I look forward to working with you on that challenge.
Thank you so much for all of your remarks. Director Alvarez, and I certainly will respect your wishes to be referred to as Desi.
Thank you, Director Alvarez. Scott.
All right, very well, thank you very much, for all the kind comments I think that were said, but, I just want to express as well my excitement to welcome you on board, Greg, on behalf of the residents and businesses of Division 4 that I represent. So get ready, here we go. El Segundo, Culver City, West Hollywood, Malibu, Topanga, View Park, Windsor Hills, North Ladera Heights, Del Air, and Whitesburg, and Marina Del Rey. There you go. I got this big district, but...
try walking precincts in that.
There you go. It's a great district with wonderful constituents, and I think that they'll be very, very proud to have you in service as general manager at West Basin, and I'm going to be really, really happy to talk about that in my division, but also as a whole at West Basin. Funny, I was going to say, by the way, you said you didn't end up becoming an aerospace engineer, but on the other hand, we were blessed because you're a water engineer, so that's a good thing. But at the same time, this is aerospace country, as you know, so El Segundo and Hawthorne and Culver City and all that, there's so much connection to aerospace. So you're still going to get to work, and even in North Redondo Beach, you're going to get to work with a lot of these folks in that community as well that are good partners with West Basin. I'm just loving to hear what I heard today from my colleagues, and I think that we all express the same sentiments, that it's a great moment for West Basin. It's a great moment for this district as we celebrate 75 years, and we do need to look at where we're heading. And we've got a great past to build on, but now we're so ready for the future. And I think between this board and our leadership team, we're really in that place to do it. And so, I'm really excited about it. I'm just ready to get moving forward. I don't want to hit the brakes. It's nice to have, you got an engaged board, you've got engaged staff, we have an engaged general manager, and we need to get moving forward. And I really want to work with all of our neighbors and our partners too. It's so important at this time. And one of the last things, I did mention it, but again, we have a great team here. And so you're going to get to work with some really good people. And I know that you're going to help us forward as we rescope our vision and our mission and where we're going. And like I say, 75 years is a tremendous year for this district, but to also have you in this role is really wonderful. So I say welcome as well, and congratulations, and also, of course, thank you, EJ, for your service during this time of transition. But again, welcome, Greg.
Thank you so much, Director Houston. I really appreciate that, and I will definitely take you up on an offer to walk the precinct and meet a lot of our important constituents in your division. And for that matter, all of our divisions. I'm happy to partner and be with our communities.
And walk precinct.
Maybe the choice of words
on the politics.
But certainly be present with our communities.
I'm going to adjourn this meeting for a brief recess, maybe a photo op, and then we will adjourn, reconvene in the closed session.
That's correct.
It's next on our agenda. So this time we're having a brief adjournment. And let's take some pictures.
Thank you so much.
All right.
much.
anticipated litigation. Items 15B and 15C and 15D concern existing litigation. LA Waterkeeper versus West Basin, Rastegar versus West Basin, San Diego versus Metropolitan Water District. On all three of those items, a report was given to the board and there was no reportable action. On item 15F, conference with legal counsel concerning performance evaluation of the general manager, the general counsel, a report and discussion was had by the board and no reportable action. That concludes my closed session report.
Thank you. So we'll reconvene the meeting, and I believe we are on agenda item 5, public hearings.
President Deere.
Yes.
I understand that with the transition from closed session to open session, that the attorney's report out was not recorded. So if you don't mind, I'd like to return to our closed session calendar, which is item 15 on the agenda, for the attorney general counsel to report out.
Okay, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, the item 15 contains the closed session items for today's agenda. Item 15E concerning conference with legal counsel concerning public employment of the general manager. That matter was not addressed in closed session. Item 15A, anticipated litigation with one case pursuant to section 54956.9 D2. A report was given to the board and instruction was given to staff. Items 15B, C, and D all concern items of existing litigation as follows. LA Waterkeeper versus West Basin, Rastegar versus West Basin, and San Diego County Water Authority versus Metropolitan Water District. On all three of those matters, a report was given to the board and no reportable action was taken. Under item 15F, the board met to discuss the performance evaluation of the general counsel. A discussion was had with the board. There's no reportable action out of that item. That concludes my closed session report.
Under the motion that was made earlier in the meeting, item 5J up right after the closed session, I'll entertain a motion on item 5J.
President Deere, I believe you are referring to 9J.
Oh, wrong number. Thank you very much for correcting me. First mistake this year, isn't it? You're right, it is 9J.
What is that?
Professional services agreement for legal services. Is there a motion? Second. Okay, moved and seconded. We passed this motion. Is there any further discussion at this time? One thing that's noted is that this motion does not have a time of expiration. It's basically an at-will contract, and it gives a lot of flexibility to the board. So that's good. Anything else?
So that's it from staff, President Deere. If okay, I'd like to read the recommendation. That the board consider entering into a professional services agreement with the Alshire Winder LLP for legal services as detailed in attachment A.
Okay. Let's call the roll, please.
And the motion was to approve the agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Director Alvarez wants to speak.
Oh, I didn't see him. I'm sorry. Did you have?
Yeah, he's raising his hand.
Go ahead, Director
I'll
Alvarez.
speak it, as part of my, when you call the vote. This agreement was placed before us at, in my opinion, at the very last minute. Very little time for at least myself to give it due consideration. I think that in moving forward from the Omlo law firm to the Alshire and Winder law firm is not to the net benefit of the West Basin Municipal Water District. And I believe that this should have been something that had been discussed further and given much more consideration than a last-minute item popping up on the board agenda, which is something that continues to occur in my opinion, for items that I wish had more consideration instead of, oh, here you go, you got to vote on it now, yes or no. And by the way, there's some time limits because we have a partner leaving one firm and going to another, and that's happening within a week. Those are weak arguments to put before us. I understand the arguments. I don't think that they're fair, and that just causes me more distrust, if you will, in dealing with the individuals. So those would be my comments. I do not think that this item should be considered today. Notwithstanding that, there's a motion, and I believe it's gotten a second, that the item be moved. So unless anybody else has anything, go ahead and call the vote.
I would like to speak too. I really would just echo exactly what Director Alvarez said. I couldn't have said it any better myself. I think that this basically has been presented to us within 30 days. It's almost like we don't have a choice. You know, we were given a notice, yes, last month, closed session, but here we are. So it just, I don't like it. I don't like the way it's sprung on us, and I feel like we have no choice, like we're over the barrel, but to go with a different firm at this point. So I won't support this contract. I understand it's month to month. I think that's a good thing, but I don't like the way this was handled, and I'm going to vote against it.
All right, any other comments?
I have comments. No, you go on, Director. And
You always go first.
I would just say that you have an opportunity to fix it. You don't like it. You don't think it's going the right way. Next week, come up with a different agreement, a different firm. Who's working on the RFP to go out and seek another firm? What is the scope of work for that agreement? I think this is the best shot we have right now. To prove this month to month, we're not tied into this for any long length of time. It can be fixed. Thank you.
All right, Director Gray?
Right. Several comments. I've heard my colleagues, both in particular, speak about the amount of time that the discussion was had on this subject, and I think we probably spent at least 40 minutes of discussion, which doesn't, I don't want to imply that's enough time, but I believe that, you know, we all should have an opportunity to give our perspective on issues, and this is as important as any other issue. So if there's something lacking, which was implied, then certainly we should address it. I do think we had a choice. I think I heard Director Houston said we were kind of pushed into it, but we were notified 30 days ago, which I think is kind of adequate time. So for me, and I can't speak for him, but for me, I think that is ample notice when there may be a change for us to consider an item on the agenda. And maybe we just didn't focus on it. But the reason why I am planning on voting yes on this item is because Stephen Neal has been the attorney for this agency for a number of years, the representative from his firm, and I think he's done a great job. And he is going to another firm. And so because he has history with us, and I think he's done a great job with his professional services to us, that's really the reason why I'm supporting it. I think the firm On Law certainly is a reputable firm, but for me, when Stephen Neal's firm merged with On Law, that was the reason why I supported that item during that time. And now he's going to another firm, and so that's why I'm supporting this, because I do think he has provided great service to this organization. If, in fact, this board decides to look at other firms, I'm not opposed to saying that's not something we should discuss, but at the moment, this particular item on the agenda speaks to a kind of an at-will professional law services. It does not tie us into any time period, and I believe in Mr. Neal, and so for that reason, I am supporting this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a comment. We've made a lot of decisions over the years with less than 30 days notice of the need to make a decision. So it isn't something that's never happened. Let's call the roll, please.
Director Alvarez.
No.
Director Gray.
Yes.
Director Houston.
No.
Director Williams.
Yes.
President Deere.
Yes, and the motion passes. Thank you all for your involvement in that one. Let's go back to our regular agenda, which is public hearing item 5. Number 1. A lot of hearings here, huh?
Yes. President Deere, this is the moment in which the board president would open up a public hearing for discussion related to West Basin Municipal Water District redistricting activities and the proposed revisions to the Board of Directors division boundaries. And Steve, I don't know if there's any specific action that needs to take place right now for them to enter into the hearing.
Per the admin code, the chair controls the order of the meeting, so I'd recommend that the chair open the public hearing, receive a report from staff, receive public comment, and then close the public hearing.
Okay, I'll declare the hearing open on this issue and hear from staff.
Yes, thank you very much, President Deere. We're lucky enough to have Christopher Skinnell, who is a West Basin Municipal Water District's consultant from Nielsen Merksimer, and who has been assisting the West Basin Water District redistricting ad hoc here for a presentation. I do see Mr. Skinnell here and ready to go. If staff could give him the appropriate rights to go ahead and put forth his presentation.
Oh, you're on.
Thank you. Can I get the ability to share up my screen here, please?
And for our guests and the board, this item does begin on, the presentation begins on packet page 8.
Or maybe the presentation could be brought up and we can just, staff could forward it. There we go. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you for having me here this afternoon. I'm here to talk with you about the redistricting process. As you know, I'm sure every 10 years following the census, both state and federal law require that any jurisdiction using district-based elections, for West Basin divisions, have to reevaluate their director divisions and adjust them to make sure that we're complying with constitutional equal population requirements. And there are some additional rules that then go into that. And so the purpose of this process is to comply with those state laws and the federal laws and to make those adjustments in the next few weeks here. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Very briefly, I just want to talk about the process. As it currently exists, state law requires that this board conduct at least 2 public hearings before adopting an adjusted boundary map. And those hearings are currently set for today, and then the second one will be next week, April 6th at 10 o'clock, I believe. It seems like kind of a quick process, and it is because we have a legal deadline of getting all of this done by April 17th. We always like to build in a little bit of extra time just in case something comes up and we need to have another meeting or something. And so that's why we're moving as quickly as we are. If you recall, though, this isn't our first meeting or the first step that's been taken. A few weeks back, the board appointed a subcommittee to look into the redistricting process and bring forth a proposal. And that's what we're really here to talk with you about today. In terms of how this process will work, rolling in the new lines, basically they roll in over the course of 2 election cycles. So everybody who is up for re-election this year, which would be divisions 1, 2, and 4, will run for re-election in the new version of those divisions. But the current directors who are elected for 2024 terms will continue to serve that term until the very end, and then they will run for re-election in their new divisions 3 and 5. No director's term is cut short as a result of this process. It's simply that you run for re-election in the new division when your term ends. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Before we turn to the proposed maps, I just very briefly want to summarize the rules, that govern the redistricting process and how we got here. So if we could go to the next slide. The way redistricting works is federal law sets some sort of big outer parameters, and then state law fills in the gaps. And the big federal requirements are equal population. As I said, that's why we do this every 10 years. And the courts have said it doesn't have, that the districts, the divisions don't have to be perfectly equal in terms of population, but they need to be substantially equal, which the court has interpreted as meaning, a range of about 10% of an ideal district, plus or minus 5% from the ideal. The second most important federal law requirement is compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act and related restrictions on racial gerrymandering. But then, as I said, within those broad constraints, and all of the maps, I should mention, the proposal that the subcommittee is bringing forward complies with those requirements. And so within those constraints, then state law gives a lot of discretion to the board to adopt any sort of reasonable map that makes sense in terms of representation. And there are some criteria listed in statute as sort of examples, permissive. Topography and geography are natural and man-made barriers that people can look at and understand as their division boundaries. So major roads, freeways, railroad tracks, canals, etc. Cohesiveness, contiguity, integrity, and compactness of territory is sort of a long-winded way of saying, again, districts that make sense and have some sort of common interest in terms of representation and don't meander all over the place. We look ideally for districts that have some compactness to them. And then community of interest of the divisions, which is a very general term, can have a lot of different meanings, but essentially it's any sort of social or economic interest that it would make sense to keep together within a division for purposes of their representation. And this can be very broad. As I said, one example, 10 years ago, we were doing redistricting for Phoenix. And there were some folks who came in and said, hey, we own these historic brick houses downtown. We think we should be kept together for purposes of representation. And, because it matters how you treat our houses in the planning process. And the city council kept them together. I don't think that brick houses are probably going to be a relevant community of interest for purposes of this district, but it just gives you a sense of how broad the concept can be and how sort of jurisdiction specific. And then in addition to those statutory criteria, there are sort of other traditional criteria that the courts have recognized over the years as being legitimate considerations. And those can include minimizing change in an effort to minimize the impact on the voters and to preserve the core of their existing districts so that especially people aren't moved from one election cycle to another. That can result in people missing an election. But again, all of these criteria, the statutory and the traditional criteria, are within the discretion of the board. And it really, state law gives the board the option of weighing them and balancing them as it sees fit. So if we could go to the next slide, please. And then the next one. So the first thing I want to look at, this is a map of the existing director divisions. And if we could go to the next slide. What I want to look at briefly is the demographics of those divisions. What we did is we pulled the demographics using the statewide database from the state of California, which is the official redistricting database that the state uses and requires all jurisdictions throughout the state to use. And the two key points I want to note for you here. First is that red number there, the 10.48%. As I mentioned, the Supreme Court has said that the districts, the divisions don't have to be perfectly equal in size, but they do need to be within a 10% threshold. The current existing divisions just slightly exceed that threshold, which means there will need to be some adjustments to bring it back under 10% at least. The other thing I want to note for you is the number highlighted there in yellow. It is currently the case that Division 2 has a slight majority of its citizen voting age population that is non-Hispanic African American. Which is the threshold we look at for the purposes of triggering Voting Rights Act protections. And so that's something else that we're considering here as part of the process. Go to the next slide, please. So as we mentioned, this board appointed a subcommittee of 2 of the directors. We met several times and talked through options for ways to adjust the boundaries to bring it back within that 10%, also taking those Voting Rights Act considerations and other policy considerations into account. And as a result of that process, the subcommittee brought to the Water Policy Committee and now to you a proposal for making the adjustments. Go to the next slide, please. And in broad brush, the proposal works this way. Divisions 1 and 3 remain completely unchanged because they're not driving the deviation. The primary deviation is between divisions 2 and 5. And so what we've done is we've tried to make those adjustments, but also unify to the extent we can cities and census designated places within the district. And so as a result of all of those goals, you'll see that the Division 2 moves a little bit to the north and picks up View Park and Windsor, and also then unifies Ladera Heights, which is currently divided between Divisions 4 and 2. It also moves a little bit further into Hawthorne, where it already has a little bit of territory, and a little down south into the very northwestern tip of Gardena. It also unifies West Athens. But on the flip side, it then loses some territory in Lenox, which is currently divided between 3 divisions, and we unify that area, Lenox, within Division 5. As a result of all of those changes to Division 2 and Division 5, Division 4 then is underpopulated because it's lost the territory in View Park and Ladera Heights, and so it now moves down in the Hawthorne area a little further to the west and a little further to the south from where it already contains some population in the Hawthorne area to make up that difference and to balance the population back out. So if we could move to the next slide, please. This right here, if you're looking at your packet, is an overlay with the cities and the census designated places within the district. So you can see how the proposed divisions compare to those lines. And you'll see in most cases, except for Hawthorne, which was already divided, they do tend to follow those boundaries. We can move to the next slide, please. And so the demographic effect of those changes is it brings the total population deviation down from just over 10% into that 10% range that the Supreme Court has said is presumed to be constitutional and valid. It's now down to 6.61%. The second consequence of the readjustments is that majority black director division in Division 2 goes from slightly over 50% to a slightly stronger majority minority district of 58%. And Division 5, I should note, the Latino population within the division doesn't quite get to a majority, but does rise substantially from about 41% to almost 48%. And so it also increases the voting power there. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions. I have an online screen viewer that if I can share it, we could look at more closely if people have questions down to the street level. But I'm happy to answer questions about the demographics, about where the lines have been moved, anything that you want to ask.
Houston.
Go ahead.
I really don't have a question for you. I just have a question for staff. How's this posted on our website? Are you putting this on our website predominantly so that people can at least look at this and dive down into it?
It's important to note that this presentation has been included not just in the committee packet that was earlier done, it's in this one, and we'll also be holding a second hearing, as Chris mentioned. Secondly, we did publish a proper hearing notice in all of the newspapers that were impacted by this area or by these changes, which would include obviously the Daily Breeze, as well as there's a newspaper up in Culver City just because of the impacted areas. So all of this material will consistently be online, and we're happy to, of course, answer any questions.
Well, I'm just curious. What I think should be done is perhaps you put this somehow on our homepage as a standalone, similar to what WRDA did, so people just are aware. I think that would be a good idea for transparency. Thank you.
I just, for the record, would like to note that the subcommittee that was involved in this issue and makes these recommendations to the full board, our directors, Gray and myself, of whose districts are the greatest affected by the changes. So I would assume that our other three colleagues would have very little problem with accepting this. That's all. We don't vote on it today, do we? You just close the hearing?
That's correct. You have to have 2 hearings and at least 2 hearings. I'm sorry, Chris.
Well, I was going to say, if there are no questions or comments, then I think we would want to open it up to see if there's any public comment on the proposal.
Okay, let's do that.
If there's any member of the public that wishes to speak on this item, please indicate so by raising your hand using the electronic feature at the top of the Teams website. Seeing and hearing none.
What's next?
If there's no public comment, if there's no board questions or comments, you can close the public hearing. Would you agree with that, Chris?
Yes.
Chris, for your information. And if there are no further comments on the board, we will close the hearing on this item. Let's go on to agenda item 5-2. Sponsored request by Director Houston for the also Gunville PTA Run for Education event.
President Deere, we move on to item 6.
What happened here? Why?
That's presentations would be the next item.
That's just public hearing.
We're on item 6.
We concluded 5-1 with the public hearing.
The wrong page?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what happened. Okay. These pages aren't numbered, and I got them mixed up, though. Where are we on this?
Number 6, presentations.
Presentations. Oh, yes.
There we go.
Oh, thank you very much. Are there any presentations? You say there's none?
President Deere, there are no staff presentations.
And item 7, we've covered that item too?
Correct. There's no items too late to be agendized.
And we are going to item 8. Calendar.
This is Director Houston. I will move the consent calendar.
Okay. Director Houston moves to adopt the consent calendar in its entirety. Is there a second? Second by Director Gray. Any discussion on the consent calendar items 8A and or B? Please call the roll.
Director Alvarez.
Here.
Director Gray.
Yes.
Director Houston.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
President Deere.
Yes. All right, so we're on item 9, action calendar 9A, approval of minutes.
President Deere, I wanted to make sure that I note that under the action calendar, we have two types of different items, some of which were actually noticed and agendized for our F&A committee, our Finance and Administration Committee, that was scheduled for March 16th. That meeting was canceled, so none of the items that were supposed to be heard at that committee were heard. So we have them here for you today under the action calendar. We also have some additional items that transpired in the middle of the month and did not go through committee. So I'll run through these somewhat quickly. However, I wanted to point out that I do have our entire staff available and project managers available to answer any questions or provide you with those presentations. So with that, yes.
And the meeting was canceled because lack of quorum.
Lack of quorum, that's correct. So the first item that we have for you is item 9A. It's the approval of minutes. We do have a number of sets, 5 sets, February 5th, 2022, special board meeting minutes, February 19th of 2022, special board meeting minutes, February 23rd, 2022, special board meeting minutes, budget workshop, February 23rd, 2022, special board meeting minutes, and February 28th, 2022 regular board meeting minutes. And again, all of these items were included in our March 16th F&A committee packet, and staff's recommendation is that the board approve the minutes that are included.
All right, is there a motion to approve them?
I'll move it.
I have some comments.
Director Houston makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Director Williams. Is you have a comment, Director Alvarez?
Yeah, my comment, and I will be voting no on all of the minutes, is that the minutes really, and I think raised this issue once before, are not reflective at all of statements that are made at the board meeting. So a lot of times we say things, or I should say I say things, expecting that they're going to be appearing on the record. And so the only time I get to see the record is if I go back and listen to the board video, watch the board video and listen to it. I do not see my comments at all in the minutes. So in particular today, we are approving, or subject to be approved, is the special board meeting minutes of February 23rd. That board meeting was a budget workshop, and a lot was discussed at that budget workshop. And I know, because I've made notes because of the issue of that none of my comments are ever reflected in any board meeting, so I don't know what happened. But I requested the removal and the discussion of certain organizations to support, and amongst them I spoke specifically, amongst others, the Alliance for Water Efficiency, the Association of Metropolitan Water Agency, and the Climate Registry. And I said that, you know, it wasn't worth our effort or our involvement in supporting these organizations. Not that there's anything wrong with the organizations. I went on to say that they all are good organizations. They all serve a purpose. And I understand that they require membership, and that the way they support themselves is to make a justification for people to pay the membership dues. But we have an extensive number of memberships. I also talked about the Southern California Water Committee and the funding level on that. And none of that, of those comments, and I think I went on quite a bit at the end of the meeting, or at the end of that session, speaking to those issues. None of that is reflected in the minutes. Then I addressed the chamber organization issues, and that was all approved. And I specifically voiced my objection to funding the Beverly Hills Chamber of Commerce and the South Bay Association Chamber of Commerce. Doesn't mean that the board shouldn't support them, just meant that I expressed the reason why they should not be supported. Then district sponsorships, which kind of follows the memberships. I asked that only $25,000 be budgeted for that, and that we really didn't need to sponsor a lot of these organizations that we are already members of, and members at a substantially high amount, such as the Southern California Water Coalition. And then I went on and spoke to the item of looking at the budget, and that we're approving a lot of these things, or at least giving our consent, because the staff's going to bring all of this back as one package at the very end of the process, assuming that it's all been blessed, when I don't think all of it has been blessed, and say, this is the budget, now you need to approve it. Oh, and by the way, in order to approve it, you got to increase the water rates, because we can't cover our expenses. And I specifically spoke to the fact that we're facing a very difficult financial future, that we're going to have declining water sales, that we have cost increases that are beyond our control, and that we are going to be losing the parcel tax, right? Readiness to serve, and thankfully that will be done on a graduated basis due to a settlement. But over the next 7 years, it goes from $10 million a year to zero, and that's got to be backfilled somehow. So we're addressing all of these issues, and when we address them, so it's in a vacuum. It's like, oh, is this a good idea? Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. But I did point out that maybe we should not be doing it that way, and that's not reflected in those minutes. Then we talked about district staffing, and I think there was also a discussion on that because the district, the staff recommendation is to add positions, and I said that I did not believe that we needed to add any positions, and I said my personal belief is that we're overstaffed, which I know that the district staff disagrees with, and they're going to come up with, and continuously come up with justification for why they need more help instead of being able to do less with more. And then we did, I think other directors also commented to this, but I did say we ought to think about seriously a position of assistant general manager. I also said, look, we're looking at adding staff without adding any staff, just the cost of maintaining our existing staff is going to increase because of the overhead increases. And for every dollar that we pay our staff, we also spend another 80 some odd %. So it's quite a bit more than just dollar for dollar of salary, what staff costs us. And that was an issue, and I raised that, and it's in my notes because I just wanted to be, at least for my own benefit, on the record that I did talk about these things. Very difficult to stay in budget if we go through this process of adopting things that we have no record of what we said. No one's on the, there's no minutes or anything to go back and say, hey, wait a second. Somebody did object to that, and now you're bringing it back, and you're bringing it back as well, that nobody said anything, and we're going to we need to adopt a budget. So that's one item. I believe in all of the other meetings that I attended, I made comments. None of them are reflected. And specifically, we just talked about the whole issue of the virtual meetings and it's not reflected in the board meetings minutes for the February 28th meeting, but I did say I was voting for it at that time, and I would not vote for it in the future. It would have been nice to see that comment reflected so that I didn't have to repeat myself this time. So I have an issue with the way our board meetings are being done. I don't think that they are truthful, and I don't think they represent comments made by the director. At least they don't represent my comments. If anybody else does, I don't care if my comments get represented or not. That's okay. I do make comments. I don't just do it to blow hot air. I do them to be reflected in the record, and I expect that to be the case. So I will be voting no on the board meeting minutes.
Well, you know, there's a good question as to what the minutes are supposed to represent the show. My understanding of the minutes indicate the actions taken by a board, not the discussion that leads to the action. If we want to be quoted in the minutes on a consistent basis, as has been implied, we may have to pass a resolution requiring board members to submit in writing their comments so they can be put in the minutes for posterity. But I hope we don't get to that state. But the thing is, that's not the purpose of the minutes. That a board member will advertise his position on every issue that comes up. That's not it at all. Yes.
You know, minutes. I can show you an example of minutes, but minutes can be written. They don't have to be very lengthy. They can just say, Director X made comment Y. They're very simple. They don't have to go into the level of discussion, etc. They just reflect positions so that the record reflects why certain things happen. Right now, it is very difficult to say what was the reason for that vote. Why did 4 members vote yes and 1 member vote no? Why? It would be nice to have things within context. And when I go look at other agencies' minutes, that's what I'm looking for. Is I want to know kind of where was this discussion? What was the reason for it? It doesn't have to be verbatim. I am not saying it should be verbatim. That would not be the appropriate way to report minutes. This is not
a big I do want that. I want to hear from the secretary who'd asked to speak, but you spoke up instead. Say something. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that according to our admin code, board is approved, you take action minutes, not verbatim minutes. However, if a board member does state that they would like something for the record, then we do record the comments that are made. But right now, our admin code states that it's just action minutes. So if there's action taken, then we would have the board have that. So we're just following the admin code right now. If that's something that the board would like to change or address at a later time, that's why we do the minutes that we do now.
Thank you for that clarification. Director Williams?
Yes, it's my understanding from the other organizations that I've belonged to that are not water agencies, that you can get a copy of the minutes of every item verbatim by asking for it, and but it's not traditionally given out. It's like it said here that, and it's in the summary on the page where we have approval of minutes. It states what the minutes are for, and it just says the minutes provide a history of the actions taken by the board at the meeting. And if you want more than that, you can get that. Every item that has been acted on by council, by the board, you should be able to get a verbatim transcript of what happened. Because the meetings are recorded, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Other comments? Go ahead, Director.
Director Gray.
I was going to make a comment, but I think Director Deere and Williams pretty much said what I wanted to say, and then clarification from Julie is that these are action minutes, and if we're requiring that every statement that each board member makes relative to an issue, you may end up with a book of minutes. So I think the admin code speaks to what the action was taken, and if we desire something different, then we need to review that in committee and make a decision about it. So I think we should just accept what the admin code does, and I think Julie is certainly doing that when she does compose the minutes, or whoever from her staff. Thank you.
Very good. I brought this up before, so we had this discussion before even Director Alvarez was here, because I agree too. I think our minutes don't seem to have notes in there, but I did learn, and I forgot, Julie, thank you for reminding me, that if a director does want something in there, if nothing else at this point, we can say for the record, and they do put it in there. And I will also say, fortunately, we now record these meetings, so everybody can be directed to the videos and see what was said, what transpired, why things happened, and thank God we got there, because we were not there for a long time. But I'm so glad that we have the ability for folks to look at those videos, myself included, to go back and see what was said and how it was said. And so, you know, the way our org structure is set up, it is what it is. So I guess I know the go around to get my stuff in here. Thank you, Julie. So that's all I can say about it, you know, all I can say.
Well, we can always get a transcript made on a particular issue if it's very important. And it's been done in the past.
Mr. Chair, I just volunteer for the board's edification that in section 2-1.407 of your admin code, that's where this issue was addressed. And it's consistent with what Julie was.
Thank you. So where are we on our agenda today?
Need to approve the minutes. I don't know. Correct. Is there a motion?
Motion's been made. It's been.
Can't remember.
On.
I'm over it.
9A, right? Okay. But motion been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, please call the roll on the motion.
Director Alvarez.
No.
Director Gray.
Yes.
Director Houston.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
President Deere.
Yes, and the 5 sets of minutes have been approved. 9B, consideration of Director Gray's expenses over 90 days.
Yes, President Deere. This item is 9. Consider approving a reimbursement to Director Gray for expenses she incurred at a breakfast meeting on October 21st, or excuse me, October 2021. in the amount of $40, and expenses incurred while attending the Aquafall 2021 conference in November, I believe it's actually December of 2021, in the amount of $68.03 for a total reimbursement amount of $108.03. It's worth noting that this item was included in the Finance and Administration packet for the March 16th committee meeting. However, as noted, that meeting was canceled due to a lack of quorum.
Motion on this item.
I'll move it.
I'll second. Second, Director Houston seconds. Any discussion? Not a real big item for us to handle after all the other money we spent. All right, please call the roll.
Director Alvarez.
Yes.
Director Gray.
Yes.
Director Houston.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
President Gier.
Yes, and the item is approved. We'll go to item C, fiscal year community outreach event.
Yes, the next item is item 9C. It's a fiscal year 2021-2022 community outreach event. This item does include 7 specific items. It is worth noting that the first 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, were agendized on the Finance and Administration Committee scheduled for March 16th. However, as noted, that meeting was canceled due to a quorum. There were 3 additional items that were added subsequent to that agenda, so they were not previously published in an agenda. At the President's discretion, I'll run through each of those items. Item C1, the sponsorship requested by Director Houston for the Wiseburn Education Foundation's 2022 Rock Around the Block event to be held on Saturday, April 30th, 2022, in the amount of $5,000. This item does meet the qualifications of the West Basin Municipal Water District Outreach Event Sponsorship Program, and we do have information related to the event included in the board packet. If the board president would like, I could run through each of the items, or if you want to take a motion and action on each of them, it's up to you.
I'd rather take it all in one motion if there's no objection.
Okay.
Well,
Director Gray?
I'd like to do them kind of individually.
Really?
Well, because I do have a question about the amount. And so I just, what I was going to suggest, and Director Houston maybe could prioritize the ones, because there are 7 on here, and they do add up to quite a bit of money. So I thought maybe we could have a discussion about that. Director Houston.
Well, number one, I would prefer to just do them all at once. I mean, if there's any one in particular that anybody has an issue with, we could probably pull it and not fund it. Most of these, of course, unfortunately, are time sensitive. And so they were going through the normal channels, but because our committee meeting was canceled, you know, they're all here before us. Most of these we actually funded in the past, so they're almost all repeats in some way, shape, or form, and they all do meet our criteria. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
That's the question, Stan.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I know that with our community outreach fund, I think it's kind of a pot of money, and we're no longer kind of dividing it up by district. But I'm a little sensitive to the amount that each of us spend, and so these kind of add up to quite a bit. I don't have the papers in front of me, Director Houston, and I know that you and I will be in an election in a few months, so I'm kind of sensitive to the amount, and that's why I thought maybe you could prioritize them. I know I was looking at the dates, so you're appropriate in terms of the time frame, because I think they're May. Most of them are May. I see a few that are April. So let me ask, what is the month that we would stop the directors that are involved in campaigns? What is the month that we would stop doing this, Steve? Could I ask that, Mr. President of the Attorney?
Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, I believe it would be August. There is a section, it's covered in your administrative code.
We still have a few months. So just the fact that so many are on at one time, Director Houston, that's the way it kind of looks.
Oh, sure, no.
Because we do have time to kind of look at these, and so I was suggesting that maybe you could prioritize the ones that are important to you today.
Let me just interrupt, because honestly, I probably can't, because most of these are literally happening in the next month to 2 months, and they're just like all the organizations we sponsor, they have deadlines, and we have a 10-day minimum deadline. So some of these, of course, have to be done today, or it's not going to happen. And then some of these are happening in early April, May. So of course, our staff needs time. We would have to put them on a special board meeting during next month, and I don't want to do that, obviously. And quite frankly, I will say I'm very judicious with when I look at the amounts, and so almost all of these are the very minimum that would get certain things. For example, Rock Around the Block, a booth at that Wiseburn Education Foundation event. It's very big in our community, and most all of these are for education purposes. So
can you tell me, and I don't have the information in front of me, maybe Julie can tell me, what is our budget right now? What do we have in our budget?
Director Gray.
Maybe, I'm sorry, I should add.
No.
I'm sorry, EJ, I should add.
No. She always has the information.
I should have gotten
it just actually alerted me to it. So if you look at packet page 100.
I don't have that in front of me, that's why.
You can see it's small. The total budget for our outreach events like this is $75,000. And so included in this, you can see the black prepared typing. That's all of the previously approved sponsorships, and you can kind of see where we're at there. In the red, you can see all of the items that we have before us today.
What are they total?
13,000.
Actually,
when you go down and subtract that, what does that leave us?
Bottom. If you approve everything today, the budget balance is shown at the bottom is $29,000. So we'll have spent 3/4 of the amount of money that was budgeted. To date, if you just look at Director Houston's expenditures up above in the black, they total $12,250. The additional expenditures that are in the orange total $12,750. I would, again, ask to prioritize some of these things. I'm not quite sure. Any one of these things, you can make a case, and the district's going to be there, etc. But I can tell you that I attended the El Camino College Foundation 75th Anniversary Gala that cost the district $2,500. And that was a nice event, and we supported it. And I'm not quite sure that it was that much benefit to the district. I did see quite a few people I haven't seen for a while, etc. And it was a worthwhile event to sponsor. But the question I asked myself when we spent this kind of money is, what is this doing for our water supply? And why, besides just kind of the publicity angle, and the publicity, in my opinion, is marginal. That the benefit that we get. I understand that others disagree. I'm just saying that from my own personal experience, the publicity for the money that we spent is marginal.
Well, let me respond, because
go ahead. Defend yourself.
Way before Director Alvarez was here, we've gone around in circles about our sponsorship program. And number one, we have a policy in place, correct, Steve, that allows us to do the sponsorships. If they're following certain protocols,
That's correct.
we can approve.
The board has adopted a policy.
There is not, it would purely be political or other reasons why people would probably not do something. That's probably the only way, because they put in things to our staff in good faith for us to talk about it. Now, for better or worse, a number of these events, we will not have a presence if we do not sponsor. So we will not have a booth there. We will not be there. We won't be at the Education Foundation thing. We won't be at the Run for Education with a booth to present, our information to the public. We won't be at the car show. Like it or not, that's the process that we have and how we have done some of our community outreach. There's certain.
Rubber ducky.
Yeah, the rubber ducky. I mean, the rubber ducky, which is a very small amount, but you know, it's good signage, and the Rotary Club in El Segundo, in this particular case, I've done the rubber ducky in Culver City. They both, you know, are very supportive of having our literature out and different things. All these things said is, if certain things like these aren't approved, then literally we will, where's West Basin? We're not there. We don't have a booth. I don't have time to go run around and hand out flyers to people at events. I'm not, you know, it's, right, EJ, you have the opportunity for, if it's a speaking engagement, if it's a logo, if it's the booth, and we each have sponsored things in different ways, and usually it's very accommodating of each other. Not to mention our fiscal year does end on June 30th, right? So the money that's there, I mean, I don't think too many more events are going to come in the next month and a half. Probably not, you know, and we're going to start all over. And yes, 3 of us won't be able to sponsor anything for about 3 months anyways. So I don't know how much more to argue this to my colleagues. I think everything was put in according to our policy, and, you know, we followed the rules. And so that's all I could ask of my colleagues, to consider each of these.
President, I have some other comments.
Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah. I'm really suggesting we do this individually. And my concern would be the fact that we would be using 3/4 of the money that we have, and we have 3 months left. And I can't say that none of the directors and the rest of the directors want to have other organization to bring forth. I can't say that, but I'm not arguing the point about whether or not it's appropriate. I agree, that's what the code says. My concern is the amount of money, because it does take up a significant amount of the $75,000 that leaves. I think it said 24,000 or something like that, and there's 4 directors that are
29,000.
29,000. Yeah. There's still 4 directors left here, so I'm not, you know, I think it's appropriate to bring any sponsorship that meets the criteria. My concern is just the amount at one time, because I don't know if you have other events that may be coming up, Director Houston, for the board to consider, and the rest of the directors. So I would suggest that we take these individually, because I want to be supportive on some of these items, but I am concerned about the total amount at one time.
If I can chime in, and my only last comment is, don't get me wrong, I don't like that these all came in at once, but as you see, most of these are end of school year. Almost every one of these is for the end of the school year, so of course this is when those events are happening, and I'm very judicious before I bring these to Julie's office, number one, and number two, you know, I'm really watching the timing and saying I know that there's going to come a point where we can no longer sponsor certain things, and so everybody will know when they talk to me, it's like, can't do it.
Yeah, I appreciate you being judicious. The issue really is the amount of money at one time, and the fact that it doesn't, we still have 4 directors that should have the opportunity to bring other sponsorships, because we only have a certain amount of money, and there are 3 full months left.
Okay, can I have an opportunity to talk now? Is there a motion on this item? Has a motion been made? No.
I don't think you make a motion.
You want to make a motion? Up the whole thing?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to take all of these in one item.
All right, 9C, 1 through 7. I'll second the motion to approve them. All right, let's call the roll on it.
Okay, but
you want to talk on it too? Go ahead.
Yeah, I still want to talk about it.
Of course.
I kind of agree with Director Gray.
Of course you do.
But so, yeah, and you know how I'm going to vote too. So
approval one, right?
So if we're taking them all one at a time, we could just say, you know, do we really need to support the Rotary Club, the Rubby Ducky, even though it's $250, et cetera. But I'm going to speak to Michael's Learning Place, because I don't think that for the $1,000 we get very much on it. But in any event, I'll save the district $1,000, because prior to seeing this agenda, I have already, as the Alvarez family, we support the Michael's Learning Place. We will be going to the luncheon. I can represent West Basin at the luncheon, and we have paid for participation at the luncheon. I did not ask the district for reimbursement for that, although will more than willingly be representing West Basin Municipal Water District.
Appreciate that. Anything else?
Director Deere, it's a motion to take all of them. You didn't want to consider doing them individually?
No.
Not unless someone wants to overthrow this motion. This motion has been made and seconded to approve them all. We're discussing that. We can make a motion.
We can make a substitute motion to consider
Make a
them one at a
substitute
time.
Motion.
Can I do that?
You want to make a substitute motion?
Yes, thank you.
That we take things into.
I'll second.
You want to second it, Dr. Robert? All right. Any discussion on that? I think we know where we're headed. Okay, let's call a roll on the substitute motion, which is to take each item individually.
Director Alvarez?
Yes.
Director Gray?
Yes.
Director Houston?
No.
Director Williams?
No.
President Deere?
No. That motion fails. Now we're back on the original motion. Please call a roll on that motion.
Director Alvarez?
No.
Director Gray? Director Houston?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
President Deere?
Yes, and the motion passed and the items are approved. Now on item 9D.
Yes, thank you very much, President Deere. Item 9D begins on packet page 101. It is related to a fiscal year 2021-2022 district sponsorship request. This item does include a staff recommendation that the board consider sponsoring Aqua's 2022 Spring Conference and Exhibition to be held Tuesday through Thursday, May 3rd through May 5th of 2022. It's worth noting that West Basin staff has worked with the Association of California Water Agencies on this sponsorship to better understand where we're at in relation to this item. And let me, if you don't mind, walk you through this just a little bit. If you look at packet page 108, you'll see the sponsorships available, the bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. It is staff's recommendation that we consider at this time a gold, so $6,500 plus sponsorship. But pursuant to that, the way that Aqua does their sponsorships is that you sponsor different aspects of the conference. And each aspect of your sponsorship might cost a different amount. It's somewhat of an a la carte. So for that reason, staff is recommending that we actually sponsor the conference to the amount of $7,000. That provides staff a little bit of leeway to work with the Association of California Water Agencies to ensure that we get our sponsorship up to the gold level. And the reason for that, if you turn to packet page 108, you'll see that this is the lowest level that includes 2 full packages for the conference for the directors and or staff to attend. And of course, again, it allows staff to work with the Association of California Water Agencies to identify the specific sponsorship opportunities that might be available to West Basin. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but if you look at the committee item that was taken to or included in the F&A committee, though it was not heard because of the lack of a quorum. The recommendation is that the board consider sponsoring Aqua's 2022 Spring Conference and Exhibition to be held Tuesday through Thursday, May 3rd through 5th, 2022.
Where is it going to be?
It'll be in Sacramento.
I had a question.
Yes.
President Deere,
Go ahead.
okay, I have a question. How much is the individual registration fee?
The individual registration?
So if I register to go to Aqua, it's going to cost $1,000 for just.
Top of page 110.
Yes. But I don't remember. It's not in this package. The individual registration, if I just went and said, this is if you're looking in here, you won't find it. And I didn't bring it with me.
I'm happy to have staff look that up while we get the answer for you.
I was going to ask the same question. So it said we get 2 packages, but how much is a package each?
A lot of money.
Registration.
$4.99, according to the website.
So it's $499 per
You
individual.
register by,
So per their website, I think you're, okay, what
oh,
is,
you're right. That's cutoff is March 11th.
What item are we on?
Let's just talk one at a time. Staff has something they want to tell us?
what's the individual registration? You looked in the website.
$775.
$775. So you get 2.
Correct.
This proposal you're saying.
And that's all inclusive.
Okay, so if all 5 directors go and and we pay for the $775, then it costs us $3,875.
Well,
So the justification was so that the directors could go, and I don't think all 5 are going to go.
correct, but some have already registered and they met the 11th deadline, so the price was like $549. So there's a discount.
Oh, okay, so it's even less because some people already registered.
Correct. And now that we're past that registration date, it now goes to $749.
Okay, but so I'm using the higher number. So 5 directors cost $3,875, but you're asking for $7,500.
So staff's recommendation is that the board authorize the amount of $7,000 for the sponsorship of the event. And the reason for that is to meet the gold standard, the gold membership. It's $6,500 minimum. And if you turn to packet page 112, you can see that there's an a la carte of things that you can sponsor that total different amounts. And the way you would get to your gold sponsorship and be included in that gold level is by accumulating enough of a sponsorship. So sometimes it's hard to mix and match to hit that $6,500 exactly. And that's why the gold sponsorship is $65 and above until you get to that next level, which is $10,000.
But when I read the benefits, doesn't it say receive complimentary registration packages?
Okay.
So they were like the winter.
So it includes 2 for this conference and 2
And 2 for the future.
and 2 for the future. So it's 4 total. 2 this time, 2 next time.
Okay. Anyways, if you think about this, and I'm not quite sure that we get that much more benefit, we already pay Aqua. And I support Aqua. This is one of the memberships that I say is worth paying for. It's $30,705 a year. That's what our membership is for Aqua. Right now, I have this potentially on my calendar as attending, but I can't quite commit yet. I understand there are 2 other directors that are already signed up. So there may be 2 at least attending. There may be a 3rd, maybe a 4th and a 5th if the others choose to attend. So there will be representation by the board there. I think that the best representation is when people are there in person, walk around, talk to people, etc. And this is pretty consistent, so you guys are going to hear the same thing, and I hate to keep beating the dead horse, but I will. I don't think it's worth spending the money on the sponsorship. Like I said, Aqua is a great organization. It is an organization that West Basin definitely needs to be a member of, and that we definitely should pay our membership fee of $30,705, but that should be it. And then if anybody wants to attend any functions, then we pay on an individual basis out of our travel budget.
Any other discussion or questions?
President Deere, the only thing I was going to add is, as noted in the board materials on packet page 101, it is noted that the West Basin Board of Directors did budget $18,500 basically to sponsor all Aqua events for the fiscal year, which included the spring and fall conference. So in this case, the funds have been budgeted for this event, And staff did an excellent job of reviewing the different sponsorship levels and actually coordinated with Aqua, did a lot of legwork in order to come back with the recommendation that providing a little bit of leeway up to the $7,000 amount would provide an opportunity for us to work with Aqua. But obviously, it's at the board's discretion.
So we voted already to sponsor? Why is it on the motion on the board?
We included it in our budget.
We budgeted.
Correct.
So the motion today, it would be appropriate to say the motion to move that we approve the budgeted amount.
So $7,000, and that was at the direction of the West Basin Board of Directors. After the budget was adopted and approved, typically we would work with Aqua for these sponsorships as is, but you asked us to return to the board with each individual sponsorship, and so that's what staff is doing at this time.
I'm going to go ahead and move the item. Staff recommended.
1,000?
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'm sorry.
Very second. The motion is to approve the staff recommended amount, which has been budgeted of $7,000.
You second that? Yeah. Okay, so let's good.
Moved and seconded.
Seconded.
You can discuss it if you want.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Anybody else need to talk? All right, let's call the roll on this item.
But to be clear, the motion made by Director Houston was to approve staff's recommendation to sponsor the Aqua Spring Conference up to the $7,000 amount, hoping to hit the gold level.
Yes.
Director Alvarez.
No.
Director Gray.
Yes.
Director Houston.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
And President Deere.
Yes. Item E has been already handled. Item F, Special District voting and alternate member election. You have in front of you the candidates. I would urge my colleagues to give me the authority to cast our district's vote for the incumbent, Jerry Gladback, who I think you all know. He's done a great job. Been on LAFCO a long time. And for the alternate seat, Mel Matthews, who I'm sure many of you know also, as a water board director. Dr. Gray makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I think we've got to do it first. Houston makes the second. Any discussion? Please call the roll of the motion.
Director Alvarez.
Aye.
Director Gray.
Aye.
Director Houston.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
And President Deere.
Yes. Okay. 9G, annual advertisement campaign.
Yes, thank you very much, President Deere. This is, as you mentioned, the 2022 annual advertisement campaign. It does begin on packet page 134. It's worth noting that West Basin Municipal Water District did enter into an agreement number W3010, with the LOLA agency, which I just found out today, is London and Los Angeles. That's what those stand for. We did enter into an agreement with them for the purpose of promoting and utilizing our supercalifragilistic slogan and conduct an advertisement campaign. We did bring this for an update at a previous Public Information and Education Committee meeting, and at that time, the committee and board instructed staff to move forward with their annual advertising campaign in a number of publications. And it's worth noting that when we entered into the LOLA campaign, staff's recommendation at that time was to try to do an alternative campaign. In receiving the feedback from the committee and board, I had staff reach back out to LOLA looking at the specific scope of work that was provided by the committee, which is to run an advertisement campaign, our annual campaign, utilizing all of the publications that are included in this item, which again begins on packet page 134. LOLA provided us an updated scope of work and a cost related to this item, and that is included in your board packet. Let me give you the specific number. Packet page 141. Now, West Basin staff is continuing to work with the WOLA group and the board. We have met with them and we've given them instruction as far as our annual advertisement campaign. And so I think we're in a good situation where we can get that work done. But if the board would like to authorize this advertisement campaign in those publications, we would need to augment the current agreement, which does require board approval. So the recommendation is that the board authorize the interim general manager to amend agreement number W3010 with the WOLA agency to develop and implement the 2022 West Basin annual advertisement campaign in the amount of $52,000 for a total not to exceed amount of $89,000. And as I mentioned, I do understand that, that this meeting has run quite some time, but we do have staff available if you have any questions or would like a further presentation.
Are there any questions?
What exactly do we get for the additional money?
So WOLA has assisted us as far as the development of our supercalifrugalistic campaign. In order to conduct an advertisement campaign, each publication requires different size of materials, and you really have to work on content for each individual newspaper. And so what we tried to do is include that in the board memo, looking at some of the publications that the board had instructed West Basin staff to look at. So we do have the revised scope, and you do have all of the publications there related to packet page 135. So our hope would be to work with WOLA to get our advertisement placed in all of these publications as directed by the committee and board.
Haven't we advertised in some of these already?
On occasion we do an annual advertisement campaign, and so this would be that annual advertisement campaign. This would be our once. We would do all of these all at the same time. We try to group it around kind of the Earth month of April. And so we would be on pace to do that. But again, I know I've asked staff to stay and stick around for this meeting in case you have any questions about the work.
Okay, but the supercalifrugalistic campaign has appeared in some of these publications, or has not appeared at all.
I do see Melissa Buendia here, and so Melissa, I would leave it to you.
I would need to circle back on which publications, the initial supercalifrugalistic campaign when we initially launched it back in November. So I would need to circle back on which publications it was covered in then. I wasn't directly involved with that portion of the campaign, but in this particular case, as EJ mentioned, for our annual advertisement campaign, we tend to, in terms of timing, set out a cohesive campaign during the month of April in order to align with the Earth Month theme. And so since we have already worked with the LOLA agency for that supercalifrugalistic drought awareness campaign, the intention for this year's annual advertisement campaign was to build upon that messaging and expand essentially this existing messaging for our annual advertisement campaign. And then, yes, in terms of the list of the publications, this is a list that was utilized in past annual advertisement campaigns when we were pursuing print and digital advertising. I'm hoping that answered your question, and I'm happy to stick around and answer additional questions as well.
Well, I guess the answer is you don't know the answer because you don't know if it appeared in any of these publications.
It's important to note, Director Alvarez, that when staff came before you all with the supercalifrugalistic campaign, they had a very specific vision of trying to utilize alternative outreach efforts. A lot of people utilize the term kind of guerrilla tactics. You've talked a little bit about having in the division outreach events, and really they built their strategy based off of that. When we brought this before you to discuss kind of that overarching kind of opportunity and strategy, the committee and the board very specifically said, we like to do our annual campaign around Earth Month or kind of there and around. And so we immediately responded. We asked them to provide a scope of work that would meet those deadlines. We've asked them to kind of already look at it, and we're already working with them. So, of course, this is at the board's discretion. If you want to do this annual kind of all-in-one, all at the same time advertisement campaign, this is what staff is recommending.
All right, is there a second? Second, Director Williams. Any further discussion?
And I'll just say, I do understand sort of the context because we have this other ad campaign, if you will, that basically was created and started ahead of this, and now we're getting to the annual ad. So, you know, we're utilizing the same firm. Normally we do a lot of stuff in-house. I totally understand it. So I do feel like I think this is probably a one-off, I'm assuming, or maybe hoping. But it sounds like one of the things we should do after this fiscal year is look at how we rescope. Are we going to do that annual ad or not? Maybe we just have a more broad strategic campaign. And it's not like just that Earth Day ad. So just food for thought for committee when we talk about this again. But for now, I think it's really important we just move forward. The state's having to spend the money on advertising, Metropolitan spending money on advertising. Now is the most important time. So I think it's just the right thing for us to do at this moment. But let's look at how we go forward in our next budget cycle.
But I think we must not lose sight of the fact that when you're messaging, you cannot do it one time or a couple of times. You got to do it all the time.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Go ahead.
The revised scope of work is that they're going to revise the existing list of local print outlets. But we've been given a list in the past.
Again, when we talked with them, what we tried to do, and Melissa, you can jump in, is we tried to say these are some of the publications that we'd like to utilize to get the message out. Again, based off of the feedback of the committee and board at the Public Information Education Committee, we got very specific feedback that we wanted to do the annual advertising campaign, and we wanted to utilize all of the same publications that we utilized last fiscal year. So in revisiting that, we noticed that the work that we had done last year wasn't intended to take place this year by staff. We were going to utilize different kind of options. We heard from the committee and board, and so this is what we're bringing forward.
Yes, and just to add on top of that, to add to what EJ said, the original scope of work was the aim was to utilize creative tactics beyond traditional print and digital placements, which is what we typically do in our annual advertisement campaigns every year. But the direction that we received during the February PI committee was that we wanted to pursue the traditional print in order to support our local publications and local journalism. So the additional scope that was being read out, the revised scope, does include this list that is on the screen right now of those publications that we would pursue print and sublimited digital advertising in addition to the original scope.
Okay, so my question is, isn't that something that staff can do, contact out of those publications? I have no problem with us advertising more. I'm just saying we have a basic scope of work, which is pretty good. They do a lot of work, and now we're asking them to identify a list of local print outlets. I think we know pretty well what those print outlets are. So we're paying $25,000 more for them identifying local print outlets, for them to recommend print advertisement opportunities, like if the Daily Breeze, if we want to advertise once a week, or we want to advertise on Sunday, we know what those opportunities are. And then develop and submit all related artwork. I think we have the artwork, and I think our staff can do that. So I'm not quite sure that this revised scope of work adds very much to the original scope of work, which is the guerrilla tactics, etc. And we have the artwork. We know what the publications are. We know when they get published. If you want to advertise in the Easy Reader, you know that the Easy Reader comes out once a week. You know that the Easy Reader every other week gets home delivery by mail. So if you want to reach every home in the Easy Reader service area, you would advertise on their home delivery issue, which costs you a little bit more than the regular, etc. And we have the list of all of that. So I'm not quite sure that we get very much for $25,000 that we can't do ourselves.
Okay, let's move right along on this issue.
Are you calling for a vote?
Yeah, I'm calling for a vote. Is there a motion made?
Yes, there has been.
What was the motion?
To approve the staff recommendation.
And how was the vote?
We have not yet voted.
The recommendation?
I'm not sure I heard a second.
The second was by Director Williams.
Okay.
Then let's vote.
Okay, please call the roll. Director Alvarez?
No.
Director Gray? Director Houston?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
President Deere?
Yes, the motion passes. 9H.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, President Deere. The next item that we have for you, item 9H, is related to a resolution number 03221155, approving an agreement with the State Water Resources Control Board for the Palos Verdes Recycled Water Pipeline Project. This item does begin on packet page 142. And it's worth noting, I do believe that we have Tammy Hurley-High, our water policy analyst, still in the meeting. But it's important to note that West Basin Municipal Water District has been working with a group of stakeholders, including California Water Service Company, as well as the PV Golf Club, to move forward on the PV Recycled Water Pipeline project. In addition to working with those stakeholders, West Basin Municipal Water District had applied for and received a grant through the Integrated Regional Water Management through the Greater LA County region. And we did work with the State Water Resources Control Board under the State Revolving Fund Program to get a low-interest loan to finance this project. So we have money coupled from a grant, from a low-interest SRF loan, and then, of course, our partners and stakeholder groups. That item will be heard next, but this item and the next item are all intended to streamline the process for West Basin to move forward with this project and secure all of the financing required or promised to us for this project, and any needed funds outside of that would be covered by West Basin reserves. So I don't know if the board has any comments or questions. Again, I do believe we have our staff available in case you have any questions.
DJ, I just offered that, but I believe the resolution also authorizes you to execute the installment sale agreement.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Any questions? A motion to approve?
Question. So, can you?
Couldn't hear what you said.
I said, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
So basically, just because this is kind of combined with item 9I.
Correct.
So, can you just give the quick 20-second summary? Here's how much it's going to cost. Here's how much money is being borrowed. Here's how much money is been generated.
Let me see. I know we have that in the board pack, but let me pull up the item.
I think
Dr. Alvarez, I may be able to provide some background on that. This is a Prop 86 funding to construct 18,000 linear feet of pipeline, a booster pump station, and some lateral. It allows a low interest loan. It's $3.9 million at 0.55% for a 20-year term. The total project cost is $12.9 million.
EJ, would you like to do a breakdown?
Yeah, and I think
$4 million from Cal Water. We're going to get, so that's what I wanted. Just here's how we're going to do it.
Mark will be able to walk you through this. I think it's very succinctly on packet page 203, which is the next item, but they are related.
I'll address the total cost and the breakdown of all of them. So the golf course, I'll start with the golf course. They're contributing $1.1 million towards the project, but $600,000 of that is on-site. So the project is $12.9 million, all off-site stuff. That's the pipelines and the pump station. And then separately, the golf course is going to put in $600,000. Let's just forget that on the side. Out of the 12.9, $500,000 is from the golf. A little over $2 million, $2,045,000 funds from DWR through the IRWIN program. That was secured.
That's a grant?
Correct.
So no repayment?
Right. That's a little over $2 million. Cal Water, with the next item being approved, would contribute $2.5 million. So those were the previous funding that were, the next item would basically secure So the grant funding, the total grant funding for that is about a little over $5 million, correct? So that leaves $7.9 million.
I get that.
With this, yeah.
Wasn't the water going to be $4 million?
No, I think you're confusing this with the agreement for the Carson expansion.
Okay. My apologies. All right, so 7.9 million is what we're going to find.
7.9 million, about 1.6 of that has already been spent with all the studies and design stuff that has been done over the years and environmental documentation. So that leaves around 6.3 moving forward. With this item, there's going to be another 6 million in play. 2.1 of that is grant, and 3.9 of that is low interest loan. So this would take the grants, the total grants, to a little over $7 million, $7.1 million. So in summary, total grants, $7.1 million, $3.9 million of interest loans, $1.6, $1.7 million already spent. We're probably going to spend $100,000 or $200,000 to complete the design, and that concludes the 12.9 basically.
The money that's been spent though was spent out of paygo, was not debt.
Correct.
So the only net debt, that's how I wanted to get summarized, is going to be about 3.9 million.
Correct. The only debt, the only loan for the project with this approval will be the 3.9, the low interest loan.
So obviously we're doing one item at a time. To your
Correct.
point.
But it is worth noting, in working with the PV Golf Club as well as Cal Water Service Company, we did note that we received the agreement that is included in this item from the State Water Resources Control Board with, I believe it's a 30-day deadline from the issuance of that to execute it and get it to them. And as such, I did communicate to Cal Water Service Company and the PV Golf Club that I could not bring this item without their agreement on there as well. They needed to be done simultaneously. Otherwise, I would not make a recommendation on the item that's before you. So we were able to wrap up the agreement. It is included here, and they are both ready to move forward at this time.
I'll move.
I'll second it. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Director Alvarez?
You know what?
Did he move?
No, I said, you know what? I said, you know what?
Oh, okay. What?
I'm going to vote yes, but this will be the last Purple Pipe project I'm going to vote yes on.
Director Gray? Director Houston?
Yes.
Director Williams? President Deere?
Yes, and by a vote of 3-0, the motion passes. We're now on item 9I.
Yes, thank you, President Deere. Item 9I begins on packet page 201. And again, thank you very much for your consideration of the previous item. I can tell you that this agreement, item 9I, has been in the works for years and years. I want to thank the California Water Service Company for their effort in doing that, because we've been kind of accelerating the process on this for the past few months. I want to thank the PV Golf Club. I know their board of directors met in somewhat of a rush fashion when I said that there was a very specific deadline, and they got the approval there. I do want to say thank you to our legal counsel, because they've been constantly reviewing this document. You might recall that I did bring this forward a couple months ago, thinking that our draft was pretty much good to go, but we did have some edits to that, and so we've been working on that. And now What you have before you is the agreement. It does begin on packet page 204. It does outline all of the very specific related information. And as Barkev mentioned, if you look at packet page 205, you can see the grant amount there, the $2,045,537. You can see the total project, approximately $12.9 million. If you turn the page and move forward to packet page 207, you can see that in section 2.2 under item 2.2.1, there before you is the funding mechanism for a Cal Water Service Company to contribute their $2.5 million. Again, I want to say thank you to them. They agreed to pay this amount and work with us on this project, but they did so several years ago. So the fact that they've continued to work with us and have still continued to pledge this amount of money obviously is very nice to see that they stood for their word and got this done. And again, the PV Golf Club, the $1.1 million that Barkev mentioned does include quite a bit of retrofitting on their site. But again, I really want to give them credit. They've already done quite a bit of work to retrofit a large portion of their golf course in anticipation of getting recycled water years ago. So some of this money is more towards storage as far as maintaining the recycled water on their site. So again, I want to say this has been a complete team effort. And with that, staff's recommendation, and let me read it specifically, is that the board authorize the interim general manager to execute the agreement for the funding, design, construction of the Palos Verdes recycled water pipeline project as provided in attachment A.
Okay. I'll surprise you this time, President Deere. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? Go ahead, Desi.
And then I would just like to say that I know that EJ was very generous in his comments about Cal Water and so on, but I do want to commend EJ because he did work very hard to get Cal Water to actually meet their promise from a couple of years ago. And he has been working very hard to make sure that all of these promised funding from other organizations comes to pass. So thank you, EJ, for all your efforts. Actually, I know that you worked really hard on that.
Thank you very much, but it's really worth noting that we've had a handful of staff members working on that, including Barkev, Ms. Erlin, our Executive Manager of Engineering Operations, and of course Tammy Hurley-High, who is, I hope she's still in this meeting to hear this, has been working extremely hard on the back end of the grant and the loan documents. So again, as always, this is a team effort, and of course our legal counsel has done a great job as well.
Okay. Other discussion? Let's call the roll, please.
Director Alvarez.
Yes.
Director Gray. Director Houston.
Yes.
Director Williams. President Deere.
Yes, the motion passes by a vote of 3 votes to none. And that concludes the items for action. Item 10, information calendar. Is there any objection to receive and file the entire A through D? Do we want to pull any item off?
I think, President Deere, on the information calendar,
Yeah, go ahead.
the monthly financial report really is the warrant. And I made this comment before, and I've been told that it's in the administrative code, that the warrant list doesn't have to be approved as a separate item. I'm going to always just mention that it should be separately approved. It is in almost every public agency that I can think of. I'm sure that we can probably find an example of an agency like West Basin, but it does not serve us well to hide expenses at the back of something. I know that prior to running for office, I knew where to go look for the money, and I always used to tell people, I said, no, you got to know where to go look. You got to go look in their administrative committee meeting, finance and administration committee meeting, and you got to look at the back, and that's where they approve it, and you'll hardly ever see it in the agenda packet like you would at most public agencies. So I just think that we would be better served to change our administrative code and make that a standing item as it is in most public agencies. Just my comments for the record.
Okay. Before we go, really, well, if there's just a way to staff could tell us really quickly what the West Basin headquarters relocation update is, and also that our software, meeting software, so A and B, I'd just like to hear really a brief.
Okay. So on item 10A, which again, this item was included in our finance and administrative packet. And again, I apologize that we were not able to hold that meeting. It does begin on packet page 237. And I've mentioned this before, I think in discussions with each of the members of the board of directors. What I've done is I've organized a working group internally to begin the process of looking for potential options for our primary office building. As part of that effort, I've asked that staff prepare a monthly update to bring that back so you can see the progress and continue to work with us as we make our way through this. One of the first things that we noted that needed to happen specifically was the onboarding of consultants, one of which would provide real estate services, so the selling of this building or leasing of this building, and of course the buying or leasing of another facility. The second aspect of that is potential design services required if, of course, we would be able to utilize any portion of the Edward C. Little water recycling facility as far as that goes, potentially even looking at just retrofitting the classrooms so that they could provide boardroom options and opportunities for West Basin. But the other aspect of that is potentially looking at another building and doing some design services in order to make that facility meet our needs. And so I believe you have kind of just a brief update. There are a couple of exhibits there. You can see the scope of work that staff has put together, and we hope to move forward with that as far as onboarding potential consultants for those two items. Is there any questions? So the next piece of this is, or the next item that you asked for an overview of is item 10B, which is our West Basin meeting audio, visual, and virtual software changes. And so some of this was discussed as far as the resolution for virtual meetings moving forward. This item does begin on packet page 248. And this item was requested by you, Director Houston, for staff to come back and talk a little bit about the virtual platform that we utilize for the conduct of our committee and our board meetings, as well as what you see around you. And I know that we do have a lot of wires, but we do have high-def new cameras and new audio equipment that allows West Basin directors to kind of hear for those participating virtually, and of course we can hear one another as we move forward. So we wanted to highlight those aspects of the changes, and again you can see them here, and you can see them obviously if you've had a chance to review any of West Basin committee and board meetings recently. But what we transitioned to was what the future would hold as far as hosting in-person meetings here. Now the board did authorize the resolution, so we'll be maintaining the virtual aspects and hybrid schedule. That doesn't mean that any director that doesn't want to come in can't. We'll always have an in-person option. But what we wanted to note was something that Steve O'Neill mentioned previously, is that staff's intention is to utilize the existing system with the existing laptop computers so that when we do transition to in-person meetings, whether it's a hybrid schedule or only in-person, to allow members of the public to participate virtually from anywhere inside or outside of our service area so people will have the ease of participating. Secondly, I did check with Steve O'Neill, and we can have presentations from not only our Sacramento or our Washington, D.C. consultants participate virtually, as well as staff. So we may want to reduce the number so we can spread out here in the committee and boardrooms as needed. But we'll have staff available to do in-person presentations when needed. And of course, we can have project managers online and ready to jump in if the committee and board has any specific questions. So the concept that we're promoting or discussing is that it sounds like we'll be maintaining the virtual hybrid option at least for one more month. but we plan to utilize the existing software package. This allows us to online videotape all of our meetings. It provides our admin team a very easy and swift process as far as getting those meetings up online. And I've been receiving a lot of comments and good feedback about the quality of the video and audio that we now have. So I definitely want to say thank you to our IT team as well as our admin team to putting this together. And we hope, we're going to fine tune it, but we hope we've made 10 steps, monumental steps in the right direction.
Very good. You know, one of the reasons I brought this up, because obviously this was going to be an FNA, got canceled, couldn't hear this firsthand from you all, plus, and I had asked for it, but also I noticed at the bottom of your write-up it says a better plan for the future, you know, so all that being said, I wanted to make sure that we, number one, looked at it and talked about it for a moment. I do think this system does seem to be working much better, and we already talked about it earlier in the meeting that going forward, you know, especially once we're all back to in person, I think it's important we maintain this hybrid virtual option so, you know, people can participate from wherever they're at, as well as it gets recorded. One of the things I would like to see down the road, of course, is, you know, ultimately I think when people are presenting in an ideal world, they're here. I mean, at least if they're our staff, it'd be nice if they're here to do the presentations because, you know, sometimes it's hard to interface with people on the camera, you know, or the computer goes down or whatever, but we're getting there. So I think that would be probably down the road feedback because having folks in person to do presentations and Q&A is really, really beneficial, you know. But for what it's worth, I think we're in a good space, but I just wanted to hear that and clarify and make sure that that's where we're going, you know, maintaining that going forward. And I, of course, you know, the new general manager will be working with him on that too, but, you know, all that being said, so thank you for that report.
Okay, since we were talking about this, regarding the administration building, I think you ought to focus on repurposing the Ed C. Little building. The Suez operations can be moved out. I understand that Suez is going to make a big case of why they need to be in there, and some of the staff doesn't always support Suez. But there's no reason why we can't relocate the Suez operations and the laboratory operations, where we sub out all of the laboratory work and just keep a very small amount. We just bought a new mass spectrometer that can be put in a small trailer for the convenience of those tests that we need immediate or quick to immediate results. And if you look at all of that space and maybe some other additional modifications, that can probably be done well within the budget of the amount of money that would be received from the sale of this building if this building sells for the appraised value. And I think that's where the focus should be, not in buying another building and then spending the money to rehab another building, because that is not going to make an awful lot of sense at the end of the day, not in today's real estate market in the region that we're in. So I would focus on the Ed C. Little facility.
We're going to lose this quorum pretty soon if we don't move along here, okay? Is there a motion on this been made yet?
Yep, I'll move it. That we receive and file our information calendar.
10A through D. Is there a second?
Correct.
I'll second. Please call the roll.
Director Alvarez? Director Gray? Director Houston?
Aye.
Director Williams? President Deere?
Yes, and item 10A through D are received and filed. Item 11, receive and file calendar 1 through 10. Is there any particular one that you really want to bring out separately?
I would like item 10.
10, okay. Is there a motion then to approve items 1 through 9?
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion on items 1 through 9? All right, please call roll on that motion, which we say 1 through 9.
Director Alvarez?
Aye.
Director Gray? Director Houston?
Yes.
Director Williams? President Deere?
Yes. And the items are received and filed. Item 10.
Right. Real quick, I pulled the Metropolitan Water District Program Updates report just because it would be an opportunity just to express my personal opinion as one of the directors, because this was talked about at the last Water Policy and Legislation Committee meeting. We did have a little bit of discussion about that these rates, I think that Metropolitan's proposing 8% and 8%, so 16% total over 2 years, I think are too much, too high. And I would say that I was happy, if you will, to hear at one of their most recent, I think it wasn't an executive committee meeting at the same date, EJ, I don't have it in front of me, but that date there was a special meeting, I think, regarding water rates.
Correct.
And a number of other agencies put in all kinds of written responses saying they also want Metropolitan to take a heavy look at this. And a lot of them were looking at different numbers, and so I understand their staff is going to be coming back to the Met Board to talk about this. We haven't really, to my knowledge, opined an official position from West Basin, but I see that a number of agencies did put in their 2 cents, and you know, even Pasadena, for example, saying, you know what, nothing over 5% each. So I guess for what it's worth, I think that that's, you know, and then we're going to have a caucus meeting, and we're going to have maybe another meeting ahead of their final decisions, if they even get it done next month in April. But can you just give us a minor update as what's going on with that?
Yes, it's important to note that we do have Tammy Hurley-High here for a presentation, but I did want to note that based off of comments, previous comments that you had made, we have already made the decision and provided the invitation to Met to address these concerns at the MWD caucus. So we will have Catano available, as well as her staff available at the caucus to run through this in a little bit more detail. We'll get the presentation. I know that I made it known that I'd like to see the presentation further in advance of that so that we can get that out to all of you. Again, none of the presentations at this point are new, so we'll be able to get that information out to you in a very timely manner. So, Tammy, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, EJ. Good afternoon, Director Houston. So, yeah, you summed it up quite nicely, EJ. There really no new information, but the last meeting that they did have, Metropolitan staff really took the time to address the specific questions that different agencies had. So they're really delving in deep on this issue and this topic. As EJ, as you had mentioned, we are expecting to have Catano back at the West Basin Caucus, which is scheduled for Wednesday, April 6th. So they can provide another presentation. We'll try to get that information as soon as we can. And so you can take a look at it. It's nothing new. They were showing different alternatives and different proposals that the Metropolitan Board could possibly consider, but the bottom line is it's still relatively the same, you know, percentage amount. So, you know, I'm not seeing any significant, you know, reductions yet at this point. But in any case, we are expecting to have them at our next caucus. So hopefully we could have a better discussion and really have the opportunity to share any concerns that we have for our service area at that time.
Okay, very good. And thank you, Tammy. And again, just so the other directors who may or may not have been present, I happened to be able to attend that one virtually and listen in on it. But I was quite amazed and impressed that a number of agencies put in written comments about this. So Pasadena, you know, I know that Director Pressman from Beverly Hills said that, you know, in verbal anyways, that I don't think that they could stomach more than 5% or something like that. And a number of other agencies, I think even Director Fallow from Upper mentioned something. So either way, there was a robust discussion about what was proposed, and they really sent the staff back to the drawing board. So I assume coming up early next month, there's going to be some revised presentations. And so I think that that'll be good for us to have a good discussion too at our caucus meeting. So I'm just glad that a lot of other people seem to, you know, really understand what we're talking about. 16% over 2 years. I think that's exorbitant. So thank you.
Thank you.
If I can add my comment.
Add to it, because I can't stand.
I will. Director Houston did cover kind of how high this proposed increase is. It's going to be 8% this year and 8% next year. And they do need pushback. I would like to see West Basin take a much more active role. I understand bringing it forward at the Med Caucus meeting and have them do another presentation, and that people can then ask questions, etc. But I think that we should take a much more active role, and we should look at submitting written comments in opposition to the level of expenditure that's being proposed. And if you look at it, if they don't cut back on their expenditures and they reduce the rate, all that means that they're going to bond finance the difference. So the real issue is how much money they're proposing to spend. If you look at their capital improvement program, it is just outrageous, in my opinion, not necessary. There are some capital improvement projects that they need to do. They need to get water to the west side of their service area. Colorado River water, that is, not state project water. So there are improvements that are required there, but not $500 million worth. And same thing with the additional staff. If you look at the existing size of the med staff and you're adding additional staff to it, so the list in terms of their expenditures go on. So if you don't look at the expenditure side and they look at saying, well, we're just like, we'll figure out another way to pay for all of this, that's not exactly satisfactory as far as I'm concerned. So I do think we need to take a much more proactive approach in pointing out some of the areas where they should be saving some monies and reconfiguring their programs. And again, 8% increase next year and the following year is outrageous. An 8% increase, if we just pass that through, means that we'll be increasing our water rates, assuming that we adopt the same budget as last year, by 6%. And I'm not quite sure that's going to get 100% support on this board.
Yeah, I mean, is there any chance that these rates could be changed, modified, and reduced and met? Tammy?
It's very possible. You know, Metropolitan, they really do listen to all of the member agencies, and they do want to understand where they're coming from. As Desi mentioned, yeah, it is important to make these points and have them go back and bring information back to the board, their committee. They're doing that again. So they are looking at options. They are making a case as to why these rates will need to be increased. They are making a case as to why the budget needs to be approved, particularly on the CIP programs. So, you know, it's certainly worth the effort if we can put and provide written comments, and you know, based on what the board desires to do, based on your direction, we can certainly follow that. And there's already, as Director Houston mentioned, there's already quite a number of agencies who are already putting up a lot of red flags and signaling to the Metropolitan staff that this is really hard to accept right now. So if you can continue to provide the context to the staff, there is an option, there is a chance that, yes, they can make a reduction.
Thank you.
Very good.
Dr. Houston?
Just one last question. I would say if you all could send our board copies of the correspondence that came in before that meeting from the different agencies, because I understand there was quite a bit. So, but see, things like that would actually be really good for us to see. Those would be really good for all of us to see. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to receive and file the Met report?
Yes.
I'll second. Please call the roll.
Director Alvarez.
Yes.
Director Gray.
Yes.
Director Houston.
Yes.
Director Williams. President Deere.
Yes. Go to 4-0. That report is filed. Received and filed. We'll go to item 12, General Manager's Activities Report.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. And I do recognize the hour, and so I will be very brief.
Good.
best I can, and I will email this out to you. I did want to put out a reminder that the 2021 WageWorks deadline is Thursday, March 31st is the last day to submit any HRA or FSA reimbursement request to WageWorks for the 2021 calendar year before they shut down the website. This only applies to 2021 services rendered. Secondly, the South Bay COG did host their annual General Assembly recap. It was an amazing turnout. West Basin staff, kudos to everybody that worked on it, did a great job of meeting with elected officials and city staff members about removing their turf, and we got a great number of takers on that, so we're going to work with all of them. Three, the garden party held by the city of Gardena related to Congresswoman Maxine Waters was a tremendous success. I want to say thank you to each of you for attending. To have all 5 board members there was, I think, a treat. Provided obviously a great photo opportunity, but it was a great opportunity to kind of be recognized not only for our efforts, but really recognize her for all of her efforts. Number 4, the solid spill in El Segundo on Saturday, March 26th. It's worth noting that West Basin Solids hauling vendor Denali had a truck with a tailgate not tightened enough for the solids load. The spill was not sewage. West Basin staff operations spoke with the fire and PD department and seemed to mitigate anything. They did have to shut down the streets there, but it's worth noting that the Cake Solids trail was dry. Therefore, Denali called the street sweeper and was able to resolve that issue. But again, this highlights the work of our operations team at West Basin Municipal Water District, that on a Saturday they run out there and take care of these things. I'll skip forward, and if you don't mind, I'm going to do this very quickly, but this will be my last full-on regularly scheduled board meeting here as the West Basin Interim General Manager. I want to say a couple of thank yous specifically to West Basin's operations team, who handled an unprecedented water quality disaster in the city of Los Angeles and worked with all parties to really resume as best we could operations at the ECL. That required evenings and nights. Our entire engineering team for their planning and look at our internal processes. I feel like we're much better moving in the direction that the committee and board wants to see us move forward with. Our public information team initiated the 75th anniversary the water harvest, the first ever online version, and of course the development of the supercalifragilistic campaign. Our human resources department for handling everything at West Basin during an unprecedented pandemic. Our water policy and resources development team for really pushing on water use efficiency in this time of drought crisis. And of course, the development of the Urban Water Management Plan, which I believe is an agency-changing document. Our finance team for getting our budget and admin code moving forward, obviously right now with an interim general manager. And of course, our admin team that helps put together all of these committee and board packets. And I want to say two special thank yous. Julie Fraser-Matthews, you've been awesome.
No.
Good job. Could not have done this without her, Hazel Vasquez as well. And then, of course, Matthew Vey, who helped with my department, keeping it running through the whole thing. I could go on and on with WRD, MWD, LADWP, Las Virgenes, IUA, and of course, MODOC. But this has been a tremendous effort by a lot of people, and I just want to say thank you to everybody, and a very big thank you to the board for giving me this opportunity. And one last one, wife, daughter, dog. They sacrificed a lot. So Zoe, Leah, and O'Malley, they're at home right now cooking dinner without me, but I want to say thank you to them and our entire staff. You see a number of people still on this call right now at 6:23. So I want to say thank you to everybody.
We want to say thank you to you for an excellent job. We really, really appreciate your effort on behalf of the district.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have, I think, a couple comments and really quick. So number one, I just want to say, and you brought it up already, so there was a solids spill on PCH, I think over on Saturday, right? It was Saturday, something like that, EJ.
Correct.
Corner of Hughes Way and PCH. So, you know, I was away or whatever, but I saw neighbors and others, they had it on Facebook, and so, you know, everyone knew something had happened, and I'm glad that at the end of the day it was very minor and it was resolved, and I was actually driving back home when I saw the street sweeper out there. So just know that, at least since I live in the area, I see things all the time. And I just, I didn't even call to bother you, but I figured you guys were on it. And I did tell EJ when I came in today, because last night I was coming home at almost a little after 10 o'clock, and there was a car wreck, El Segundo PD, all over the corner by our satellite facility for Chevron. So last night at El Segundo Boulevard, and I think it's Kansas Street. So it looked like there was a vehicle that had hit a pole, and it was in the grass or the parkway. It hadn't hit our sign, and it hadn't hit the gate. But, you don't have to tell me now, but I'm sure you're looking into it. But all that being said, I drive by there almost daily, the whole area, so I usually kind of see what's going on. So I only bother staff if I think it's really mission critical, but normally you guys are on it and you'll tell us what's going on, so I appreciate that. One other thing I wanted to mention at this moment, you didn't mention, is the Top Golf grand opening is coming up. I think it's Monday, April 11th. So the only thing I would ask is you get the information today, if you would share that to all of our colleagues here. So depending on how the city of El Segundo and Top Golf are doing that, if there's ability for us to attend, but that's a big deal for our community. And of course, it's the next door neighbor and our first recycled water customer from way back when. So I really would love if anybody's available to hopefully be there. And last but not least, I wanted to also say thank you, EJ, for all the work you've done. You got thrown into this and you did very well. I know he's made a lot of sacrifices, as you said. He's always on call. He's always been available. He'll meet us, off-site when we need to meet. So accommodating. I know your family definitely has, been very generous with your time for us. And there was one other thing I wanted to say. Oh, yes, and you've also been excellent when it comes to our ad hoc committee, because Director Alvarez and I pretty much meet every 2 weeks with EJ for the most part. And that has been excellent. We've kept that ball rolling on the Redistricting, and I think you've done a great job with that. So, it just was the right thing for us to do, to meet every 2 weeks and just keep that thing moving. So I want to just say we've had a lot of one-on-one time and multiple on with each other time, and I think EJ, you've done a good job. So thank you very much for that.
General Counsel's report.
Real brief, Mr. President, just...
are you responding to his report?
Yeah,
Director's comments is it later in the agenda?
Oh, Director's comments later.
You'll have time to talk.
Director's comments.
Not yet.
Super quick, you should all be in receipt of a document that looks like it's an update of legal matters of interest. If you have any questions or comments or any edits, please let me know, and I'd be happy to take them. And also, I just wanted to say thanks to EJ for all your help and support. You did a heck of a job in a tough situation, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. 14 AB 1234 reporting compliance. Anyone have any reports to give?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Really fast. Let's see. Since our last meeting, March 1st, I attended the Aqua Federal Affairs Committee, which was done virtually, but I'm very fortunate to now be serving on that committee on behalf of West Basin. Very interesting. It was just excellent. I'm looking forward to the Aqua Conference in person. By the way, on the same day, I also was at the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce board installation that evening. So a couple of things on the same day on behalf of the district. Let's see. On March the 8th, staff assisted me, and I was on the Zoom meeting with the Culver City Unified School District to recognize one of our Waters Life Art Contest winners who she was a high school student at Culver City High School. She, I think a senior, and she placed in our contest, and then also she's in the Metropolitan calendar. And so we recognized her at the school board meeting online, and she was there, and some of her, I think her parents were there, what have you, but it was just nice to do that, and it was good for us to get recognition for her, as well as bring attention to the art contest again with our school district up there. On the 7th, I attended the Metropolitan Committee meetings virtually. On the 21st was a Brewer to Salter ad hoc committee meeting, and on the 22nd was the Metropolitan Executive Committee meeting, as well as I believe that might have been what that special meeting was as well. So that's my report.
Thank you. We have closest items been covered. Item 16, Director's comments, future agenda items. Director Alvarez, any comments?
All right, I'll keep them very short because it's almost 6:30 and try to get out of here by before 7. So one, I think most of you have heard the governor did sign an executive order yesterday regarding the drought. And it does require water suppliers to activate level 2 of their water shortage contingency plans. We've activated level 3 of ours. And I would like to have a report come back to us on how that's coming along and how much water conservation there has been, if any. I don't think it's been much, but what are we going to do to ratchet that up? A couple of other things. The executive order that the governor issued covers quite a bit of territory. All of it very good. I was very proud to read through it and see what he is promoting. But amongst those is asking the state board to come up with regulations to ban basically grass as a form of landscaping. Again, and I mentioned earlier today, when the Director of Public Works from the City of Carson was here, one of the biggest users of water is the outside water use. Inside water use, I think we've done a very good job of doing water conservation, but outside or outdoor water use is an area that could really benefit from things like this. And I think that we really do need to continue the program that we have in conjunction with NET, to work with municipalities to replace their grass areas with drought-tolerant gardens and or synthetic turf for decorative purposes. But whatever we can do to save water in that direction, I think would be very beneficial. Like I said, that's included in the governor's executive order. The governor's executive order also went on further, some good ideas, but really pushing groundwater recharge. I think we're at a position where we need to work more closely with our purveyors to increase the amount of groundwater usage as a sustainable alternative to imported water. And the replenishment of that water can come from West Basin through increased production of indirect portable reuse water at the Sea Little plant. And that will require an investment in repositioning of that plant. But I think that's something we ought to be pursuing. And I think there's going to be funding opportunities available for a short-term window. So if we're going to act on this, we need to be very nimble. And the other thing I'd like to do is congratulate EJ. I think EJ has done a very excellent job as the interim general manager. I know he's spent a lot of time with me, and he's listened to all my rantings for many hours as to how things could be better, etc. So I do appreciate it, and you've done a very, very good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good.
Great.
Thank you. My comments really has to do with EJ. So I'd like to thank you. I know you've heard accolades for the board, but I want to add my accolades to you because you've certainly, I believe, been kind of the consummate professional in terms of being the interim general manager. You've certainly served in that role to the highest caliber. It was a very difficult decision, but we're fortunate to have, Craig coming in and you serving in the leadership role for this organization. I really do truly think that because of that team, and certainly the men and women who, work for you and this agency, Markev, everyone, Margaret, I hate to start naming Phil, Julie, everyone. I mean, we're fortunate to have a great team here, and I've seen you just absolutely grow in terms of your leadership skills. You've always been a professional and always committed to this mission, this district's mission. So I want to thank you. I know it's been challenging because you have a family, as we all do, but, being the general manager here, as well as other positions here, it's challenging because it takes a real commitment. You see, the board is here at 6:35 at night, right? So it's a real commitment, and you certainly have gone beyond your role that we ask you to take on. So sincerely, thank you, and thank your family, because you did sacrifice and take this on. So just know that you've done an outstanding job, and anything that I can do personally to support your career goals, please use me as certainly a fan of yours. So
Thank you. Thank you.
From my comments, I think I already made some already. Just want to say, I think you're going to do some district a great general manager soon, if you have those skills. So you'll do a great job. I'm looking forward to you working with us for several years, and we'll see how that works out. On April 11th, I start jury duty. At my advanced age, they want me. I'm sorry they do. But at least it's in Torrance, so it's not like I'm going all over the countryside. But it's going to take time away from our business here, our committee meetings that I might attend. That's all I have. And if there's no further business, we're adjourned.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, President Gier, members of the board.
Thank you,
and of course,
everyone.
thank you to staff.
You're welcome.
Is this